Dum da dum, dum da. The fellas want to hang and save tonight just for the gang. But you'll have to count me out tonight if I can't bring my girl. Ooh, don't look surprised when I tell you that. Ooh, gotta spend some time with my baby, yes. So if that means we're gonna rain on your parade, you'll have to count me out. You're gonna have to count me out. You'll have to count me out. I wanna be with my girlfriend. You'll have to count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. When she asks me, please, could I say no and feel at ease? If you count me out tonight, she's gonna be with me wherever I go. She's got a sweet personality. She saves her kisses just for me. So if that means we're gonna rain on your parade, you're gonna have to count me out. I'm saving kisses for my baby. Count me out this time. You're gonna have to count me out. My baby wants to be with me. That's the way it's gonna be. You're gonna have to count me out. I wanna be with my girlfriend. Count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. You'll have to count me out. You're gonna have to count me out. I'm saving so much love for you. You'll have to count me out this time.
I'll never
You'll
look
have
back.
to count me out.
Last we left off,
I love my baby, but she's just a tease. And when I need her, I say, please, 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 can I hold you, squeeze you, 'cause I need you. Count me out. You'll have to count me out this time. Don't count me out. Don't leave me out. You'll have to count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. Count me out. You'll have to
this
count
shit.
me out. Count me out. Count me out. You'll have to count me out. Count me out. You'll have to count me out. Man, when the movies into the park and play a little ball till it gets dark. That's what being young is all about. Man, COUNT me out. Well, what about us? We're your friends. We wanna COUNT me in. No, not tonight. Where you going then? Tonight I wanna be with my girlfriend.
To a motherfucking city, a magical city. You find the name Hakimori, the Japanese Hakimori, Hakimori, and in the channel, the transmission, they sent the old monk. But here's the trick: what they told him to do was, get a mason jar, some sort of jar, pour the old monk in it, and put strawberries in it. And let that do its thing out, you know, in room temperature in a mason jar or something like that for 2 days, then move it to the fridge and let it just suck all the berry juice out and sip at will. I'm not really a drinker anymore. So when I did it, which was off the hook, you know, I started pouring it out to the spirits and they went ape shit. Immediately, my grandmother came through. She wanted a taste of that. And then with the leftover berries, I just put them out near a tree for the fairies in honor of Hakimori, Hakmori. And they told him when he was there, it was Japanese for Supreme Forest. And no, my bad. When he woke up, he looked up what it meant, and it meant Supreme Forest, one of those things. And it's interesting because on the the ayahuasca retreat that we did last year, or the year before by now, you know, at this point, I wanted to know what energy B.O.B. was at that point. And sure enough, came through, he was a pan energy. That's why me and him get along so well. You know, he's a brother and all the rest of that crap. So him going to the Supreme Forest makes sense. Them giving him in a magical combination elixir makes sense. Now, I did taste the liquor with B.O.B. as well. And that's why the bottle is just empty. But it's very close. If you can't get it, you got to try it, see if it works. But immediately, there's a Haitian rum. I think it's called Bandicourt or something. Tastes exactly the same vanilla essence, which is in this. I believe is in that Bandicourt thing too. So do it and see if they like it. If you're having a hard time finding Old Monk, try your local liquor stores. And if they don't have it, try to get it online, see what happens. But very powerful shit, man. I gave it to them spirits. They went crazy. And I didn't stop at the strawberries. I did a blackberry one, a blueberry one. This is some real fairy tale shit. So y'all need to get with it. All right. So when we left off, let me say this at the top of this, because I continued watching Lovecraft Country till I caught up. I will say episodes 7 and 8 were fucking pure fire. When I talked to Roswell, my boy, very conscious, and I'm trying to get him to do a fucking interview. He says he wants to do it, says he's going to do it. Y'all will have to experience this nigga Roswell. Just on the phone, we spoke for a few hours the last time, and he was just breaking down fucking movies from the context of the themes in a year. So if you name a movie, and he was going off the head. I was naming a movie, any movie, and he was telling me that year all the other movies that somehow slipped in the same symbol or subject, meaning was breaking down the themes that are synchronized that we may not see in movies year by year, in detail, off the head. He says it's going to be a book, but I am desperately trying to get him to come on an interview and do some of that, because it's the most amazing shit I've ever heard. And like I said, these boys ain't games. Off the head. Get what I'm saying? So Roswell made an important point about Lovecraft as well. A big part of Lovecraft's mythology was a portion of it called the cosmic horror, because Lovecraft and respect, now that I watch him collectively, to the integrity of Lovecraft, at least by Jordan Peele. The consciousness, I don't know. It's more of a Black Lives Matter level of the game, which is fine, I guess, for that. You know what I mean? They're out. Here's a spoiler, so if you haven't seen it, but it still works viciously because I do see what he's doing symbolically in there too, but it's still on the level of white racism versus Black Lives Matter, which is cool because some of that shit feel good when a little white girl walked in that police station to them cops who did some magic on her with that real bravery in her heart type thing. And I got a bit of an erection when she spit on that fucking cop's tie and called him a fucking pig. And when she was walking out, she said, it fucking stinks in here. Woo! That's lightning round shit. So props for shit like that, because that always feels good any fucking day. And, you know, I think he did a good job with in that same episode, it's the funniest shit ever. You got to get high and watch episode 8. Episode 8. You got to get high and watch episode 8. Them two little pickaninnies that was chasing that girl was so fucking weirdly on fire. Like, it made the fucking series. And I cannot deny episode 7. So episode 8, I believe, was with the pickaninnies and the girl spitting on the tie. And episode 7 is where they injected the cosmic horror, but they didn't really do the horror. They did the cosmic aspect of it, and I won't give that away. But the imagery, and it paused me for a second because what they did in episode 7, I'm not the guy who's like, they stole my shit and they stole my shit, even though they tell me all day, nigga stole your shit. In fact, check it out for yourself. B.O.B. said there's a movie on Prime called Mandela Effect. He said, yo, they stole your shit. What's them supercomputers? He said, and I think I was, and I don't know if there was much more, and they may have been, you know what I'm saying? My ego doesn't run that way, where I'm saying, I'm a man, I'm the one who first said it. But B.O.B. says he remembers me being the first one saying it, that the Mandela effect was due to those quantum computers that they were, and they said that in this movie. This is happening because of quantum computers. And I got lectures on that. So B.O.B. is saying, no, that's your shit. So that's one I remember. They always telling me something's my shit. I watched Doctor Strange. That bitch and that black dude and Doctor Strange from the Temple, them motherfuckers are doing my class. No doubt. I'd seen that myself, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is shit I say in my class. Like portions when he was saying like there's so much magic, we endow magic in particular items. For instance, the cape was, but he was talking about a sword at the time. That's a lesson right from my class. How do you, that's what we do with this. That's what we do with fucking statues. You use the will of your mind to project the energy of Osiris as you see fit, projected in an inanimate object. I teach you how to do it. I teach you where it came from and what it is from class. So when he said, we know how to put magic in items for uses, straight out my shit, but hey, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Where else would they get it from? You know what I'm saying? And what doesn't make it okay, but after a while, after me doing this over 11 to 12 years of talking, 5 hours a pop, last lecture was 13 hours, nigga. YouTube wouldn't take that. That's why we're on part 3. YouTube wouldn't take 13 hours straight. So I had to bust it down for you. But that's a 13-hour lecture, nigga. If I had a collar, I'd pop it right now. And so in number 7, I try to explain how your mind would operate in a quantum world. how you are connected to everything, all times, all levels of reality, blah, 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 blah. So in Seven, they acted that out wonderfully, wonderfully. But then after I said, yo, they're really acting out shit I've been trying to explain about quantum reality and how you build worlds with your mind and how your mind creates whatever scene you so choose and you can live and act out. So she's going, what they're trying to show, she's going at different times in Earth to be different people. But on the quantum world, just like Inception, when you're in Inception, they went to a dream world and it was littered with people. And she asked, well, who are these people? These people are your subconscious mind. Or like Grand Theft Auto, there's you with your perspective as the player, but then there's hundreds of people at any given moment around you pretending to do shit. So you're actually building in a quantum world, which will be raw energy, which is the stuff that builds realities. But instead of going into a broken off reality like this, you can enjoy it and end it like the holodecks on Star Trek. So for years, I've been using that example, the holodecks and how you can do it, this and that. That shit is acted out in number 7 on Lovecraft Country. Maybe it's a coincidence or synchronicity, or he just so happened to, and it's just what it is. Boom. It's just peculiar to me because I have been screaming that shit for a while. And then I'm always finding out later, I'm this guy, they don't know who I am. I don't know. And then people always convince me, no, they fucking fuck with you. They fucking know and they fuck with you and they got those shit. And this nigga who gets that for sure gets with him. All right, who cares? Either way, I hope people, if it is passing past the standard conscious folk, I hope they're actually getting some shit out of it. You know what I mean, son? Son? But I do want to get to this. Let's get to it. I'm going to go back up one page because I'm sure I was reading fucked up half sleep. So let's review. We're going through information in this book here, The Isis Thesis by Judy K. King. It's real weird. She only has, since 2004, 3 books. Maybe this is the best of what she has, which, get that sugar in me. There's no laughing matter. She decoded, what I should have brought down was the pyramid text and started reading that shit to show you the fucking masterpiece of mess that no one understood. None of the masters understood it anymore. It's something in this time that was deep in the DNA subconscious that, because it's in the DNA and subconscious, because it's our birthright, because it's our information discovered, and we ruled, rocked, and rolled with this knowledge, the ability for it to return back to us is always absolute. And here it is. There it was, on part 3. So when you wipe all the shit away, I'm going through the dissection of dissecting the information via the correspondence of your cells, quantum, bacteria, and these symbols. But when you wipe all of that away, only one thing you have to know: what fucking gateway you have to go to get out. So somebody emails me dumb shit, thinking it's deep. Panic, there are many gateways out there. Yeah, motherfucker, there's many gateways on planet Earth. They're called pussies. But though we want to go through those gateways plenty of time, you just wake up with the same bills. So though there are plenty of gateways, we're looking for the gateway, stupid. and you just found where it is. So when you wipe all this away, the Egyptians just knew the gateway to go to when you die, and they knew if there, a process would happen. Now, what she doesn't talk about and can't talk about because it has nothing to do with her, so she can't see it for what it is and where it factors in, is how does consciousness play a role once you get to this gateway? Well, she talked about something called protophase that's already in you. That protophase is a light. Consciousness expands that light, and protophase, once you pass and hit the cusp at the top of the earth, over under the North Pole, pole star, and over the northern, what do you call it, polar region on Earth, in that cusp, waiting for Ra's sunboat, your protophage light is ready to receive the lambda phage, meaning the transformative light, but it has to be able to be received or pulled in with light. So I remember now, shit makes sense once you got this key. Hearing about spirits that take your light or try to get your light or hustle you out of your light in the astral world. These are just entities who know, because you can, remember I told you, you can transform in the astral world as well. So they realized what they needed, and they may not or cannot come to Earth to be conscious. So they waiting for a nigga up there who was conscious, but just don't know where to go. Like this dumb nigga emailing me, talking about there's many gateways. So of course there's some niggas say, nigga, this is the way, nigga. Come in here. And they'll rip your ass open. And you'll be back on Earth trying to mollywop, getting this shit again, looking for lectures on YouTube. So the idea is you're supposed to get in, know where you're going, go to the spot, get the fuck going. So, because there's a lot of consciousness out there. So they knew the gateway, and they knew with a certain amount of light that it would be an automatic process once you're in the right spot. As she said in the book, seems like you just have to be at the right place at the right time. Again, I want you to keep in mind, I don't think we got to it yet, but she talks about particular ways the process could fail and particular redundancies we have that kind of, which are represented as deities that help through the process to keep the transformation happening. If too much of that help happens, then not enough of your DNA is ready for the transformation and you go back. So it's about being conscious, and it's really about all the things you heard me talk about, Bobby talk about, others, I'll just say, talk about in terms of going beyond human thought. We understand that you're having a human experience, no doubt, but you should be working diligently to move past that. So for instance, a little thing, you see somebody at Best Buy, they say, how about those goddamn Knicks? Just say, I don't listen, I don't watch sports, I don't listen. Try shit like that. That may be hard for some people, but little things like that, not engaging in small talk. Well, small talk is nothing but human behavior. It may seem like an asshole, but little things like that, you're starting to try to divorce yourself from. And then harder and heavier things, if you can, and interested in that kind of work. This opens up, you know what I'm saying? The true ignorance is the human body, and everything you indulge in it and play with is keeping it here, niggers. So it's really up to you to find ways in your own mind to start releasing yourself like for that, like I said, that's a whole life kind of time of work. So you got to figure that out on your own time, and you can figure that out through the many lectures left here on fucking YouTube. All right, so at the gap or horn of Amet, the deceased bonds with the sun god and his crew of 8 on the bark, a group traveling and working together. I need a pen so I can keep this shit. A group traveling and working together. Where we at? For a common purpose, the transformation of the deceased into the new Horus species. So you're changing, or is considered, the Camite considered that you were changing into a new species at this cuff. So you have to have something besides just I'm there for this process. You say, hi, I'm Bill. I listen to Panic's tape. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's consciousness that is the element that you ride with there. So it seems if the pharaohs understood supramolecular chemistry or 20th century study of ensembles of molecules working together. So the 8 of crew on the bark, a group traveling and working together for a common purpose. The 8 deities that the Kamites named is comparable to supramolecular chemistry of today, or 20th century study of ensembles of molecules working together. Reacting like supramolecular components, the sun god and his crew communicate, form associations, have preferences and aversions, follow instructions, and pass on information. In supramolecular chemistry, one molecule is able to distinguish another by its shape or properties, a type of molecular social order, also evident in the Amdot. Yeah, baby. For knowledge of souls, it is stressed to the deceased sun god. So knowledge of souls is stressed to the deceased sun god. I want to read that again. In supramolecular chemistry, one molecule is able to distinguish another by its shape or properties, a type of molecular social order, also evident in the Amdot. For knowledge of souls is stressed to the deceased god. When they say knowledge of souls is stressed to the deceased god, is stressed to the deceased god, they're talking about knowledge of light. Not soul means light. They're talking about knowledge of light. So you have to have a certain amount of consciousness for this shit to work. So think about this. She says in the 1 hour lecture that most of y'all should have watched, maybe you haven't had time yet because you're fucking with 13 hours of this shit. But when you watch it, she says, or she speculates, this was only reserved for nobles and pharaohs because not many could get out. So knowing that a few could get out, they saved the information. No. What this white lady wouldn't be able to understand is when we set up these mystery systems in chem, people from all over the world, different regions, came to study there. And well, Bobby said no one white ever was in the mystery system. They stole the shit. But people came from all around, and the criteria for wanting to come was the same phenomenon we have today. People becoming conscious or finding they've always been conscious. That person in church where all their brothers and sisters are stomping and clapping in the pew. They're going, I don't believe this. So the natural phenomenon of consciousness is less than fucking 2%, 1% on the planet at a time. Those were the ones who would most likely knock on that door. They showed in 2 movies a process like that. Again, in Doctor Strange, when he went to wherever he was, somewhere in Tibet or wherever the fuck he was, how hard it was at him getting into the mystery system and how much he knocked. And what eventually got him in was his aggression to get in, sleeping on the doorstep till they finally said, come on in, bitch. And so what got him in was his unwavering need to find out answers. So Bobby Hemmett would say, it's not how much you know, it's how much you want to know. That is a testament to your piety. Like, I finally hired that kid thinking he's just some random kid for, the dude that does my lawn is his son. As soon as you get to the house, this nigga asking me more conscious questions than half the niggas who call themselves conscious. How you meditate? What he did? How can I make my will do this? I'm like, fuck, nigga, I just need you to put shit in the bottles. How much he wouldn't stop. Not how much he knew. How much he wanted to knows is a testimony to his piety. Then I had a dude come to fix shit in the house. He's come before. Not how much you want to know. Not how much you know, how much you want to know. He wouldn't stop. So that phenomenon is actually how you judge how conscious someone, how hungry they are. You also seen it, not in the movie, but in Game of Thrones, when she was trying to get with the many-face or the no-face guy, which was a secret society behind a door that she's trying to get in. She stood out there, she did all of this, went blind, and all of this was they were trying to make the point of her aggressive attitude towards learning this information is the criteria for how you most likely was accepted in the mystery system. And that would be very few people. So that would qualify you to learn the mysteries. When you went through whatever it is, either a test or whatever it is, however they had it set up, that proves you truly want to know this shit no matter what. And I know that's true because a few white boys showed up to my lecture and I'm telling them at the door, nigga, I'm about to be, first of all, you know who the fuck, you know where you're at. Yeah, see, brother Panic. Well, you know what the fuck I'm going to say about you and do? Yes. Well, okay, then, do you know what I'm going to say about you personally while you sit across from me in this fucking lecture? And they both said the 2 times they showed up, I will go through anything and do anything to get this most valuable information. I said, well, then you can sit the fuck down. In my mind, their genetics say they ain't getting out, but perhaps he could work his way to become a Negro. And then there's a little hope for you. So eventually, the information that was managed by the priesthood, at some point, pharaohs and nobility, which we left off at, must have stepped in and it became something exclusive, and maybe the system wasn't. Conscious people could just show up and say, I would do anything to get in this. So they said it was later day preserved for pharaohs and nobility, and with a smaller circle of this information, because you had motherfuckers getting trained in the mystery system, going back to other places in Africa and being a shaman of villages. So they learned in the mystery system, then would come back and create a whole nother magical system for these people to follow because they all weren't conscious. So they needed a religious structure to function. So the shaman is the one who knew. So he would help them with dances and names and days and colors and symbols and what to do and what not to do because he was trained somewhere or trained by somebody who was in the mystery system, perhaps. Either way, when it went to nobles and kings, the shit was shrinking, I imagine. And then once we started getting invaded, that information was the most valuable thing they were stealing, along with the gold. They weren't stupid. If it's in Greece and Alexandria, it's just stolen information that they chose to burn so niggas wouldn't get it again. But then, here you go. So with that information, let me reiterate, which I'm feeling stronger about, when this book was recommended to me in 2004, in the case you don't remember, it took up to now for me to really be able to understand it, but I always knew it had the decoding of the funerary text, but she wrote it again in a way where niggas will read this shit, most white people will read this shit and be like, which makes me think either one or two ways this happened. It's all our stolen information, but how it's coming back to us. It's our stolen information for those who have, and let me say this, the stolen information back then that they got from us, when they stripped us from it, the most powerful people emerged on the planet. We call them the Illuminati. And those families were powerful because they had this information. They created those secret society structures or based them upon our secret society or our societal structures or secret society structures, based it upon ours, or just mimicked it or created their own structure. But at the top of the head was those who had this information. And everyone working doing shit was to get on higher levels of information of death and what to do when you die, which is the most powerful information you could have. You can't be controlled. If there's no fear of death, you can't be controlled. Everything you do is about the fear of death. Everything you do, everybody in the Senate, every president, the healthcare, they're going to do that and this and watch when they do that. It's really, you're scared to be closer to death and suffering and death. So when you have these answers, I don't care how much gold you have, this is the most powerful weapon you could have. You can't be really controlled. You know, they said that phrase, a man with no fear has nothing to lose. So once you take away the fear of death, nothing to lose. So a key thing to control the masses of blacks, if you want to take over the planet and you white, is to get rid of that lack of fear they have of death. If Negroes have no fear of death, you can't do nothing with them. You can't do nothing with them. But once you take away that understanding, and there's a fear, an extreme fear, not only can you control, that's where you start to control, but so many aspects of control come into play. Because that's, once you have that, you create what I know you niggas heard, they operate, create the problem, and then give them the solution. If you have no fear of death, they can't create a problem that you feel you can't solve and ultimately beat. There's nothing that problem presents that can actually inspire fear. The problems would inspire discomfort and potential greater discomfort and potential death, which you're not scared of. Probably more fear of discomfort. But in the end, you know, if you die from it, you know what to do. You truly understand that it's a part of the process, not the end of your life. but a part of the process of your life that is ever transforming. So if you could understand this holistically, you are able to factor in the little petty bullshit here. But if you're cut off at this point and you don't know what happens here and all you see is darkness and fear, every single problem that's now presented to you may result in this darkness and fear. Therefore, you operate differently. You operate with adrenaline. You operate, and once the adrenaline starts, when you're presented with problems and mask wearing and COVID, and they're going to take away healthcare, maybe 4 more years of Trump that you're scared of, and your job may be gone. The laundry list of shit, it only could work because you're always fearing this portion of unknown, this portion of darkness. When the light is shed on this, problems down here, if the ultimate solution ends in death, there's still light there. Therefore, that is no problem. No problem. When you know you can talk to anybody who made the transition just as easy as you could talk to someone that's here. My mother's been in more effect here. Shout out to my Dukes. More effect here. Shout out to Baphomet rocking in the back. Baphomet. Baphomet. Now more than ever. So she's been doing more for me since she made the transition than she could possibly do in her meager human form. So if you really know the deal, which we did then, we talked today. I read a book. I can't remember what it was. I remember me and Bobby laughing about this shit, that the Kamites were so advanced in their court system, they knew how to call on the dead as material witnesses. We was dying laughing. You didn't know how to call the dead. Will Malcolm X come to the stand? So Malcolm, on the date of 1966, July 6th, you were eating a fish sandwich and drinking one of the Muslim smoothies. Confirm? You could do that kind of shit. So the concept of death was not, it wasn't, that's how we are ruled. So the most dangerous information a nigga could have is what to do when you die. You're unstoppable in your ignorance. You're unstoppable and still rule the world without even knowing it. We turn our hat backwards, the whole world turns our hat backwards, their hat backwards. Just what's under siege, or those things that make us, our wealth has been under siege. Our freedom has been under siege with this white man's rulership. But you still see in this pathetic state of what you are, we still run it. We still run it. We still run it. They're actually running around it. We still run it. And the thing they do not want us to have is this. So again, she wrote this shit in an un-nigga language. Most niggas, it's a headache reading words that you never heard before, trying to organize it in your head. So by the time you read and hear a new word on page 3, that word comes up on page 7. You have to go back to page 3 to remember the definition to put it in your head. That's hard. You don't want to do that. You want to just whiz through it, especially when I have a whole bookshelf of books I didn't even touch yet. So I never got the feeling where I'm gonna curl up with a book and just get down. I'm like, yo, I want to get it because there's so much for me to do in terms of what I could study. Not so much like that anymore with books, but that was the deal. So when this shit I know was very valuable, it would just, I guess it was for a future time, a most important time now. Because I really think, and I'm not a fearmonger, it'll get worse before it gets better. And this is where you better know how to start using the will of your mind. It's not hard. Listen, I can't say it enough. It's what you've been doing all your life. Your imagination is the key. to everything. Let me explain this shit to y'all, and we'll get on with it. I studied, of course, starting with astral travel. I'm gonna go through this because I need y'all to hear this and do this. With astral traveling, one of the best offerings on that shit is a book called Must Get Astral Dynamics. Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce. And it is in PDF somewhere. Snatch the PDF, get the book, still available. Somebody told me the ISIS thesis is out of print. Say it ain't so, but it would make sense. It would make sense because this shit, let me tell you that, then I'll tell you about the astral traveling because I didn't want to miss this story. When Bobby gave me this book in 2004, he said these words: this book is a breakthrough. He said, technically, all of these fucking Egyptian books are a certain amount of information that's been released, and then each person or author's interpretation of it. Each author's interpretation really shitting on the classic Egyptian path, that's the Egyptologist path that was put out. Usually books just say, no, that's wrong, the Sphinx is older. No, there was water there, the Sphinx has water damage, by Robert Duvall, I think. Then you get a little bit more from John Anthony West. Then, you know, his breakthrough, whatever, Swallowed Delubis at the time with the Temple of Man, Temple of Luxor. So they're breakthrough books on the same information. And mind you, no one's really decoding the pyramid text or the coffin text. She goes on to decode more of the funerary text, which is what they call collectively. And pretty much, we're not going to go to that. Get the book, try to read it. But it's really just later day versions, same deities talking about the cusp, the same thing in a slightly different way as I read on. So there's no reason in a lecture to keep repeating it in a different context. Get the book. So what he said at the time, which came to be true, and I talked about this in the last one, but it's worth hearing this again at the top. What he talked about was, and he said, either one or two things happen. Well, actually, he didn't say this, but we'll get to that. What he said was, Bobby, that every once in a while, because these white people have all our stuff, and it's all decoded, because remember, they ripped and robbed it back when we was starting to go deeper and deeper in our sleep. They got us. So the problem is they don't have the genetics, Bobby's words, mine as well. They don't have the genetics to make anything happen. Now, Dr. AlimElbey.com talked about how there's 7 layers of something. He had a name for it. And something with ether in it. And pretty much he was saying the 6th layer is light. And they figured out light, how to heal with light. So laser surgery was their breakthrough in the 6th, blah, 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 ether. Dr. AlimElbey, I'll get you up to snuff on that. He said the last and 7th is melanin. And they don't know how to fuck with it. The problem with melanin, and they illustrated it in the either 6, however many seasons, True Blood, which you should watch the whole shit on HBO Demand, just if you haven't. But go back. They started getting into the mysteries of Lilith, which is pretty much a symbol for period blood, the killer of children. And Lilith, the Dark Mama, was the vampire's god. And she's the blood goddess, of course. So that's when the shit turned on fire. In the 2nd season, it was up. Well, if you know mythology, I already knew what the punchline was going to be. They were worshiping Dionysus. So the sex cults, the white bull, I knew it was Dionysus. And it was a Dionysian wine cult. Dionysus is pretty much the grown pan. So Pan growing up, Dionysus, the wine cult, fucking, and really I broke down before, the grapes represent the ovary or eating period blood. Baphomet. So the second to last season, I believe it was, the show is about them creating a synthetic blood source, whereas now vampires can come out the closet. They don't have to eat people no more. They could get their blood at the local store now. So now the human world knows vampires exist, and that opened the gateway for werewolves, ghouls, goblins, witches, and all sorts of bitch, fairies and all sorts of bitches. So it turns out fairy blood, if they drain a whole fairy, be able to walk in the dead. So he's in love with the one fairy that the motherfuckers discovered, and everybody's trying to get a chunk out this hole. So he has the bright idea, let's synthesize fairy blood. Hypnotizes, kidnaps the dude that did it for the vampires, and this is what he says. Dun, 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 dun. He says, this fairy blood, once I take it out the body, it becomes human blood. And that's why they can't get nowhere and haven't killed you. And all of them, you see Donald Trump's tan, you see how far they came in the mysteries of melanin. That nigga is fucking orange. And after he had that fake COVID, that nigga was beige. You know what I'm saying? Really, really beige. So we know who and what they are. So they can't, once they pull, that's why they try to take so much of your blood, to try to find a climate, a architecture in it. So everything's about your blood, including the phony down low brother phenomenon, which made many women go give their blood. My man may be on the down low, let me test. And Ancestry.com. Listen to the fucking word, nigger. Ancestry is ancestor. Who the fuck you think they're directing that to? Who the fuck in the world really wants that information? Would it be you, African American, who don't know where they were from in Africa and their people was there, my forefathers were slaves, and I need to know? Fucking everybody who told me they did that dumb shit seems to be from fucking Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? And shit, maybe, let's say it's real. Of course you're from Nigeria. That's where they snatched us from. And if it's not real, they're just collecting your fucking blood. You know what I'm saying? Like they always do. This shit is about the human genome, which she talks about mapping of the genome in her lecture, Judy K. King does. So he says in the show, which is trying to reveal to you about niggers, no, we can't get to that melanin. So you need to watch that to see what they're talking about. So they are genetically, and now you're gonna find out even more. I want to tell that story because when I get to the part in this book where it is obvious, and I don't think she even paid attention to it because that cognitive dissonance didn't kick in, it's kicking in. Like, bitch, you ain't going. You know what I'm saying? Based upon what you're saying yourself. And now I know why melanin evolved and we have this pigment. Oh, it's about, remember, well, I'll give you a hint. Remember, we're about to go in the cusp, which is right directly in the sun. I think smart niggas already know where this is going. Wait till I give you the detail. So let me get to it. Bobby Hemmett said, every once in a while, they will pick a person in the group and pretend they authored information that they need to release to the world. So once they injected in the whole intelligentsia of Egypt folks, you'll have them writing more, decoding more, their interpretations of breakthrough information, which this is, Or perhaps this book just goes among secret societies and they tell each other, get that, or whatever, who knows. I do know, again, that more than just her knows this. So in other words, here's a very important point. If this is breakthrough information, first of all, how the fuck? I am a decoder. I know many fire ass decoders. I just told you Roswell had me on the phone 3 hours going off his head off of any movie I just chose to name. Shit was like the Amazing Kreskin. You understand? Decoders. And you see on every page, she got 5 different decodings for the pyramid coffin text and the rest of the shit. So, nah. I get if you found a common thread, you pull it and a lot of shit unravels. But it is detailed, precise aha moments on every page. No, this is something that's revealed, not some this one lonely motherfucker who I don't even know. They don't even say what this bitch was doing in life before that she even has the ability to do this shit. She said in a live lecture she was doing some book reports. And then when she came across the funerary text, she said, oh, this is complex. It took her 3 years to get through it for her book report. Then she noticed some quantum shit in it, and then she said, let me study it. Get the fuck out of here. This was given to her. This is our shit. What they would count on is no, first of all, what they believe is we don't know shit about this anymore. That we are just some slack ass, hippity hop motherfucking wheezy ass. I want to drive the boat, nothing but you baby ass niggas. You understand what I'm saying? Southmatic, get it now. So they feel they could hide. What's you want to hide something for the nigga? Where do you put it? Okay. They believe that philosophy. And then all they have to do is write it in a style that's not conducive to the nigga thinking pattern. Intellect is their shit. They're over active in their brain in the intellectual area. But note this, Kemites didn't look big at intellect. Intellect is a human thing. Why is it a human thing? You're only intellectually as smart based upon the information you know. So if you don't have the information, how would you be intellectually smart on the subject? It's human. Subconscious mind in this shit is a part of knowing from the heart. How Black women know how to take care of their babies. Or know, well, because some bitches are stupid now, but they, at the very least, they know their cries. Now having a granddaughter, her mom's, I take her as a daughter too. Her mother, my son's lady, I can see when my granddaughter moans, whines, both of them, they just know what it is. Oh, she's tired. Oh, she's hungry. Oh, check this. Oh, I don't like that sound, this and that, and all that shit. They know all the sounds. I was walking and she's going, I'm fucking freaking out. Oh, shit. Go to the cusp, little girl. Go back to the cusp. But my son was like, nah, she just likes to make that fucking sound. I said, I know the first time you heard that shit. You know what I'm saying? It must have did something. Go to the cusp, little girl. So they know it. And that knowing comes from here. That's who we are. We're the people who know it. We are from it. We're the knowing. As Brother Phil calls us, or one of the things he used to teach, that still, I say used to teach, still stands because his teaching stands in terms of you can get that lesson today, which was that we are first order beings, which has the ability to return back to the source. So therefore, what they had to do was take away the directions from us. But the genetics are the work that's already been done. So to get out of this, the genetics are the key. We already got the t-shirt. So I started going through this in 2004, the parts that I was picking up, which I recommended this book many years through, so it's not like it was a secret. When I first got it, I told everybody to get it, and still through the years mentioned it. So hoping maybe somebody else would roll through it and say, Panic, yo, I got it, and blah, 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 because I knew that's how important this information was. And if I didn't get it, perhaps someone else would. So Bobby also went on to say, I know I just forgot something, but hey, Bobby also went on to say that the chick who wrote Harry Potter is a prime example of what he's talking about. This bitch was told me I was a school teacher. Oh, I just had a good idea and I started writing it. Now, anybody with fucking the basic of eyes could see that's advanced occult information in that fucking show. That bitch ain't write these books. And in this day, there's a whole online protest of people now realizing, saying, because she was online talking, and people, do you even know the fucking story, bitch? And then they're burning her books now, saying you didn't write it. The same thing Bobby told me in 2004 about this chick. So my thing was, if she came up with this out of her head, because it's our information discovered, our ancestors gave it to her to get to us. But I think so, or is what Bobby said. There's only one or two ways, because at the core of this is not a new discovery. This is not her discovery. Her discovery, if we were giving her the credit, is being able to apply bacteria, quantum, and cellular logic to the Egyptian thing, the funerary text, and understand the symbols on another level. Remember, these symbols have multiple meanings. So everything you talked about for years about Ma'at, absolutely true. But there's another layer to that. That layer, we didn't have that information till now. This is important shit. You know what I'm saying? More so than my lecture. I think my lecture on it will give you a framework and an idea. Then you'll understand this work or this book quite easier, because you know what you got a framework. So this is good shit. This is good shit. This is that other part. We could talk all of that woke conscious shit all we want, but I've talked to thousands of niggas around the world for many, many years. And in the end, the greatest question is, Panic, what to do when you die, what happens when you die, and how to die and not come back. All of that's contained in here. You best to, in the days you have left here, start to cultivate letting go. Not letting go of love, but letting go of the attachment, because the attachments are what keep you here. That symbolized this set. And she speaks very clearly on how that could be your problem. So go back through them lectures, go hard. Now is the time. Stop coming up with philosophies and come up with self-understanding. I've been telling you as long as I got it. You didn't get it by now. Just work hard to get it. So your prophage light can be lit enough to make that jump. A bump, a bump. All right, so the genetics of bacteria and bacteriophage. All right. In the transcription process, that's the transformation, the DNA double helix wraps around a core of 8 histone protein molecules. That is our 8. That's the crew of 8 on the bark. The helix wraps around a core of 8 histone protein molecules, and a second histone H1 secures the DNA to the nucleosome core. The histones may activate or silence genes. Right, I guess that's part of the process. This octamer of eight basic proteins is a fundamental packing unit called a nucleosome. Histones, like the hydrogen ions in our macrocosmic model, are positively charged. So they can interact with negatively charged DNA as they exercise control of gene activity. So now we know the crew of 8 on the bark is a helix that wraps around the core of 8 histone protein molecules, and a second histone H1 secures the DNA to the nucleosome core, whatever all that shit means. But we see she's doing the process in the macrocosm in space and connecting it to what we know is the crew of 8 in the bark, which I've seen plenty of time. They don't have it. It's not a true representation here, but they sell statues of the Egyptian bark. I have to take this off one of the shelves. And actually, on this one, I don't know if it even matters, there's another guy. This guy, I gotta get him back on here. This is where he was. So I think this is just a symbolic boat. I don't think it's, because this bitch is just laying up. And but it's let's see what it's called. Egyptian. No, that's where I got it from. I remember this lady. I wonder if this is her number. This bitch was a bad bitch for the Egyptian shit. Yo, she used to get it from. She's Egyptian, but the Arab Egyptian. But this bitch used to go straight to Kim and come back with a bunch of fly ass trinkets. I got so much shit from her. So, but she left them all. But I wonder if she still got a number. Oh, I think Khadijah might have took it. Cosmic boat. Been in the crib. So on the boat, you'll see 8 deities in some pictures. And that is the crew of 8. The crew of 8 is a helix that wraps around, as we just said. So the deceased king, which is you, the deceased king's form is that of Anubis, having a jackal face, a celestial serpent middle, and a spine at a door bolt, IS 54 and 89. A spine as a door bolt. A possible reference to the second histone that bolts the DNA to the core. So remember, H1 secures the DNA to the nucleosome core. So she's saying that represents Anubis. Nobody knew that shit until now. You would have never even connected that shit. Nobody in consciousness, nigga, would have connected fucking H1 secures, H1 histone H1 secures the DNA to the nucleosome core. Is fucking Anubis in that context, at least. We still trying to put them on top of cars so we get to the pizza place safe. You know what I'm saying? A lot of work to do, stupid. Molecular recognition. Without doubt, the numerous deities and serpents recognize the dead sun god. Again, without doubt, the numerous deities and serpents recognize the dead sun god, who also recognizes the name and function of all the deities and serpents in the Duat. So, therefore, well, I know there's all these side stories, but the concept of Sunday school was to tell you stories. And no matter where you at, and I didn't grow up in any fucking church, both sides, grandparents neither, not dragged to that shit. Of course, there's aunts and I went with Dane and all that, but it's never enough for the mind control. It was always looking at these motherfuckers. Like, for instance, one time we had to go to Uncle Ozzy's church. So we there, and I'm fucking around, you know what I'm saying, trying to see which bitch I'm gonna try to rub on in the basement, and kicking, making noise. So an old lady, before we went to eat the chicken and the Kool-Aid downstairs, church Kool-Aid and church chicken, not to be confused with church's chicken, but chicken in the church. She pulls my aunt to the side. This little son of a gun, you know, she had a big church lady hat and that classic 80s church lady pocketbook shit. This little son of a gun was acting up, and I told him I would tell on you, and while she's in front of, she's trying to smack me. Smack the shit out of her. Wow! What the fuck is you doing? And she said, oh! She was shook. I said, now I'll go have my church's chicken. Not to be confused with church's fries chicken. You know, church's chicken in the church. And then I came to my senses. I said, oh, shit. When I get home, and my aunt tell I smacked the church lady, nigga. Word is born, my aunt never sold me out. In retrospect, she probably hated that bitch. You know what I'm saying? And truthfully, that bitch don't know me or know nothing about him. Put your fucking hands on me. Even at that age. So I wasn't even thinking like, what bitch? So as soon as she did it, my reaction was to smack her back. Like, bow! That bitch mouth. I remember the shaking lip. I was like, yeah, and I'll beat all your fucking grandkids' asses in front of you. They were the organ player and the drummer and all them fucking weirdos. So like, she never sold me out. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't where I'm from. That shit ain't nothing to do with me. Sunday school stories, everyone knows them though. And ultimately, what's supposed to happen is the next phase of that is they go, remember those stories I told Joshua, that nigga going down the Galilee and Moses took the open up river. Remember that good shit? And Jesus fed the masses with loaves of bread and just a fish. Well, the fish represents and the Joshua represents and the cosmos and this and that. Oh, so those stories that I know well, in other words, recognizes the name and function of all deities and serpents in the Duat. I know the name of Joshua, Moses, Jebediah, Zebediah, Mebediah. And if you ask any Christian, he knows every fucking name if those were the deities in the Duat. If those were the serpents, Apis and the bad guy, they would call him the devil, Beelzebub, Loki, Satan, old dirty one, stomp on the devil's head, stomp on the devil's head, all that shit. They know that. So you must spend some time rocking with these deities. Know them on this level, because you're going to recognize and understand this, blah, blah, blah. They also talk about, I don't know if we talked about it yet, that these molecules start taking shapes, and those shapes are the hieroglyphs that you're supposed to recognize and know these names. You will. How hard is ISIS in my eye? You've been pretending that shit with all day. Anyway, so new chemists call this quantum capability molecular recognition. So what we're talking about is molecular recognition happening up in the cusp. Super molecular chemistry sets up molecular systems that can differentiate one specific kind of molecule from many others. Let me say it again. Super molecular chemistry sets up molecular systems that can differentiate one specific kind of molecule from many others. As the text corroborates, when describing deities, in their dwarf world, duat, because mind you, this is also the quantum world is called the dwarf world. So when you hear the stories of dwarfs, fairies, ghouls, and goblins, they're talking about quantum reality. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle. So deities, so when describing deities in the dwarf world duat, the pharaohs took advantage of the same strategy to distinguish different atoms and molecules by distinctive anthropomorphic epithets, symbols, and definitive drawings. So some of these anthropomorphic epithets, symbols, and definitive drawings were trying to draw the molecules in their different shapes in terms of just explaining what happens. Another way modern chemists explain molecular recognition is by the metaphor of lock and key, whereas the enzyme lock has a molecular shape complementary to a substrate key. So he's saying these things are coming together because they need to, part of the process is taking shape and they're supposed to fit lock and key. Pussy indeed. All right, let's keep going. All right, so the deceased headdress of a circular disc or a ring centered in horizontal ram horns and deities seated in a bowl-like receptor all suggest the same 21st century method of using metaphors to explain chemical concepts. Let me say it again. Whoo, this is fire. The deceased headdress of a circular disc or ring centered in a horizontal ram horns and deities seated in bowl-like receptors all suggest the same 21st century method of using metaphors to explain chemical concepts. So she's yet again stating all these 21st century chemical concepts were already laid out by us, Kamites. Therefore, 21st century chemical concepts are us. And they didn't discover them. They got this information decoded and just put it in this scientific language and said, we did that, we got that. How the fuck could they discover any of this if she's constantly saying, and proving the Kamites already had this thorough, and even more than what you have or what you reveal in terms of death and what all of that shit. So they had it already, which means that they had it and white people stole it. They're not even inventing or going through a process that they're on their own path of finding this. This is our shit. Make no mistake about it. And again, why she didn't discover this? Because in Pirates of the Caribbean 3, go watch it now, they act out everything I'm saying. And I think there's 3 levels of the Van Allen belt. It came to me in the channel. Ein Sof, Ein Sofar. So we crossed the Van Allen belt, which is the 4th dimension, I believe, or the desert, which we couldn't get across without just going. We had to find the sunboat or the energy that gets us across the Van Allen belt. The three levels of Van Allen belt, which is considered, where it says a flush of negative ions or negative something, but pretty much dead space or dead energy. To cross that, you must have a sunboat. So you must get that sunboat in the cusp, and the phase process must get you to the point where the eye of Set becomes the eye of Horus, so he could deliver to Osiris for his journey. And all they're talking about in symbolic language is the same fucking chemical concepts that fucking these people are telling you happened today as if they discovered it because it's some fucking human evolution that they're trying to say they're at the fucking top of. Nonsense. Nonsense. This is our information rehashed, pretending that you're in the world that's moving forward. You're in a world that went nowhere because you were sleeping. This world has gone nowhere while you slept. Not with rap music, not with none of that shit. What's happening, the only thing that's real is our awakening. I am a part of that awakening. Bobby Hemmings a part of that awakening. You are a part of that awakening. And I gotta say it, my man B.O.B. part of the awakening. Niggas need to respect this. All these conscious niggas been trying to figure out how they could get some fucking influence in rap. And here you go, a rapper very popularly emerged. Conscious, really conscious. You know what I'm saying? And we need to take off our hats to that. He threw away his career. I'd be real. He threw away his fucking career for consciousness. That's a fucking statement. They made him pay to make that fucking statement. Do y'all understand? They made him fucking pay. Hats off to him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad he found me because for that, he deserved a first-hand training. And he got it. And he is somewhere else now in his consciousness. Feel me on that. And I did that because he really deserved it. I know rap music. I'm not just trying to be in it. I'm not a failed rapper. I'm not a failed beat maker who feels I need to get my rocks off with some shit. I don't give a fuck. I make music because I enjoy the process of making music. You'll probably find them go further than no place but on the front of these goddamn lectures. People been asking. The answer is really no. Because I did that in life already. I don't want to be a guy. I don't want to be that guy. If something happens, fall off the table, I'm not stupid neither. Yeah, go ahead, go run with it. Some people I'll give it. You do whatever you do with it. You become great, knock yourself out. Cut a check later. But I'm not in the grind with you. So I'm not a failed rapper or doing this so I can sell rap albums and all the rest of that crap. It's silly. But I do, and because I'm not a failed rapper, I got the criteria for your success was, back then at least, if you are living by this shit, you pay your bills by it, you live or die by it. You do the wrong move, you don't get enough work, you get kicked out your fucking house. And I did twice. I lived by this shit. I'm done with it. And I scored by it. I lived in baller shit too. Filled out the wrong paperwork, and then I'm in my bunk bed under my nephew at my sister's house. So I know what this shit really is to grind. It ain't all Fruit Loops and Master P toilet seats, nigga. It's hard work. It's harder work now because these niggas destroyed the business model. Woo, I could go on for days with that, but who the fuck cares? What I'm saying is I have intimate knowledge on what he did and what he gave up and how he was blackballed because he stepped forward with courage and didn't deny his consciousness. And they made him suffer for that. You know what I'm saying? They made him suffer. So hats off to my nigga. And as I was saying, because of us, we're the ones that are running activity on this planet. Before that, everything was sleep. The only thing about life is this. This is life. If you're not doing this, you're a fucking jerk. That's how I see it. I'll still treat you nice. I'll still be courteous. Hey, thank you, Uber driver. You were wonderful today. Thank you. May you drive safe, and as you travel, no COVID fakeness to you. But you're still a fucking jerk if you're not doing this to me. I'm sorry. That's what I say to myself. Fucking jerk off, wasting your time sitting around here trying to be a fucking entrepreneur nigga. Entrepreneur niggas out here. And then these entrepreneur niggas always telling me what what I should be doing in terms of business. Like, look around, stupid. Nothing's suffering. And I don't want to be a fucking baller. I want to find this first and foremost for myself. And if I see a lecture, then that's what we'll do. And that's what I'm here to do. If I wanted some money, I'll start calling old rap people. Guess what, nigga? I'm making beats again, nigga. Shit's fire. Nigga, I don't need you. I never needed stupid ideas, especially when my ideas are much fucking better anyway. So I'm gonna need y'all to stop that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should just say that. I'm gonna need y'all to stop that. Just kind of study and leave me the fuck alone. Get that mentality. Ain't nothing happening here, man. They close, every fucking store is closing. You still trying to get your business rocks off. Grow up, nigga. It's over, nigga. What you think? That's what we've been talking about. So if you got somebody was talking about, oh, and I really like that, Professor Griff. He's like, why y'all acting surprised? We've been telling y'all about this shit forever. They still come to my house with business plans. Yeah, we need to do that, Panic, because that's the shit. Nigga, you need to die, nigga, die. And then go to the cusp. Go to the cusp. So, all right, so Ibn Osiris bent backwards into a ring and seems depending on the creation. Whatever, bitch. And that's what Budge was saying that, trying to explain the shape. All right, so for the pharaohs, the instructional strategy conveyed strategic ideas to the kings and nobility. See, so she's really on, this was just for kings and nobility. I get that. I think that's later day shit. Before, the criteria would be, because it was only 1% of who was conscious. So if we know this phenomenon is even happening now, that just random people in America just wake up with the I want to know shit, who are naturally conscious, that's looking for information, wasn't happening back then. So what did they do to feed that? That's who this shit was for. Us. And we made universities in a whole place for all of us to go. You conscious? Your family probably said, oh, okay, you're not gonna be a farmer? We'll get all the money together and send you on the trip. And it probably was mystery systems on this side too. I'm sure there was. What was they doing in the pyramids? What was the Olmec doing? If we know the pyramid is the shape of a phase lambda, and that the dead king is inserted in the pyramid head, which is the symbolic of the phase lambda head, then now we know what pyramids are in Mexico too, or anywhere. That means they had the information in all of these parts of the world, because that's what the pyramid is. So what of the pyramids in China? They had it there. So there were mystery systems there for the conscious. What about all that shit in the Grand Canyon that they talk about they won't let you go peep with straight Osiris and Isis? Because they're not local to the people. They were concepts. And even though it can get local to people, the concepts will change. Quetzalcoatl, Osiris, or Haru, whichever one if you do the work. And then there's Kukulkan, who is Quetzalcoatl, who's probably the Osiris versus, I bet you study mythology, because Horus and Osiris is pretty much the same thing. Horus is the redeemer that fights for the Osirian dead god. So whichever god is on that other side, I haven't studied thorough. There's so many mythologies. I got the framework on that one. But if you go into it in some of those stories, I bet you'll see all the correspondence. Like in every other mythology that I did study in detail, all the correspondences are there. So they all talk about the same thing, which means this is common knowledge at a certain time to certain people. And the only ones who probably wanted it were the conscious people. It was nothing to hide. Because just like I said in the last one, this will be hiding in plain sight. If you're not interested, you're not interested. in this kind of shit. Because technically everybody on planet Earth would want to know what to do when you die. But everybody on planet Earth ain't looking at this video. The enthusiastic ones are. You can open the doors and nobody's going to walk in, but no one's going to show up but enthusiastic people in that consciousness. Perhaps those were the ones that were getting this information because that makes them worthy. Because consciousness is another way of saying, I'm ready to go. And if you're not ready to go, guess what? You are not conscious. Maybe because the word is just made up to describe. But if you're not ready to go, me and you ain't, let's say it this way, if you ain't ready to go, me and you ain't got shit to talk about. I'm talking about those who are not trying to go, but ready to go. Let me say it again. Not trying to go, but ready to go. You get what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily trying to go. Shit, especially since I found out where to go. There's no more mystery in terms of what to do when you die. Again, if you know what to do when you die, living becomes a cinch. The thing that torments anyone, myself included, is what if you get up there and don't remember? What if you get up there and somebody, because you're new there, somebody pulls a fucking flim flam on you? What if you go in the wrong place? Oh, don't act like this shit ain't, because if it's happening to me, it's happening to you. Which all tells you just don't have instructions. We needed instructions. This is it. So they say once you understand death, life is a cinch. Now I feel like shit, me and Khadijah are doing great. Let's go in this motherfucker till it fall off. You're assured everlasting. There's no hurry. There's no hurry. Before you want to, fuck it, I want to get this shit over with. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going to be out there. This shit is scaring me, really. It can breed fear. So then all the conscious stuff I study is supposed to appease me, but you never get over the one thing. You really just don't know. Let's be real with this shit. There's always room for doubt and questioning whatever it is you study and learn, because you just really don't have the information in the conscious mind. So again, I said, well, when I get there, perhaps it'll kick in and with a certain knowing and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how my liver was made. I don't know how I made my heart. I don't know how I made my intestines, but they're made, and thousands of people do it. So is death that automatic process? Turns out it is. But it turns out you got to know where to go. We know. Cuss, bitch. Yeah, baby. Yeah. All right. So for the pharaohs, the instructional strategy conveyed scientific ideas to the kings and nobility while disguising these same concepts from the plebs. Plebs. That means the poor folk, the regular Joe. So that model that she's saying is today's mentality of white people in secret society and then the regular people. I'm not so sure we had that. Maybe we did. You know, niggas are stupid and fucked up too. But I don't get that feeling. I get that's a later day Egypt. Kings and nobilities. Perhaps, you know, some of the information was getting corrupted. Like now, a bunch of motherfuckers who should not be speaking this shit, should not be making grand fucking fools, turning on a YouTube camera because they can. They found out 5 minutes of fucking shit, and now all of a sudden they want to be fucking speakers and lecturers. Study more, stupid. SMS, study more, stupid. Because if it turned into that, then you would have to reserve this for nobility, and then kings are higher than nobility. They're going to get it. So the nobles at then would probably be the conscious people worthy of this kind of information. So for instance, Bobby Hemmett, out of all the people who wanted to be lecturers and wanted to open up for him and wanted to be this, wanted to be that, I know for a fact he would support it and let them do it. Same way I would. Go crazy. Figure it out for yourself. Stop trying to tell me some deep shit and turn on your camera on YouTube and see if people think you're deep. Because I don't fucking think you're deep. Not in your fucking email. You get what I'm saying? Or not what the fuck you're saying. I don't care. So don't try to do it to me. Do what the rest of these idiots are doing. Turn your camera on and fucking be scientific. And then when you, because what you don't want to see is the reality of the people who show up. You understand? The reality of the people who show up. Null and void. Nobody wants to hear the same old nigga pontificating over something that you can clearly see they don't have enough understanding to really, really dissect it and then rebuild it with their own mind to be able to teach it. Just repeating shit or repeating what other lecturers say, cheerleading niggas, and there's some niggas who cheerlead me. It's like Panic said. It's like the whole fucking lecture. It's like Panic said. It's like Panic said. Why don't you just get on there and just say Panic's lecture number 3. Go check that out. So busy trying to get hits, then eventually try to sell something. This is pathetic. So if that type of thing was going on back then, and I don't doubt it, with too many niggas just got a hold of this information, perhaps it went to that level. But I don't think that was the intention. And even if it was, who gives a fuck? You get it now, you fucking pelts. Both modern super molecular chemistry and Egyptian science is based on metaphoric terminology, using familiar objects such as wings, crowns, rings, cups to point to the chemical complexities or process. What she's talking about is, and as you see it, I don't know if I have it highlighted, that when they talk about supermolecular concepts, they use rings, cups, and wings, the same symbols that the Kamites use, which tells us what? That they're getting it from the Kamite. They're not coming up with this shit. All these chemists and bio, whatever the fuck they titles, and astro, whatever the fuck they think they are getting this from our shit, us. They're using, even in supermolecular chemistry, symbols, same symbols that the Kamites use. See, they tell on themselves because they think motherfuckers are too stupid to forward think when you hear these statements, to put 2 and 2 together. See, decoders understand that. That's what you're going to see. You're looking constantly, your mind can't stop finding marriages and connections. See, because if you understand one thing and you're able to connect it, something you don't understand, to one thing as a decoder, now you potentially understand the thing you didn't when you put it, as long as it lines up, as she's doing. I haven't seen her say it, but let's say she understands bacterial and cellular dynamics, which I think she points to that was something she studied or field. So she technically, if she came up with it, once she found that thread with the thing that she knew, cellular structure, cellular behavior, and she tried to apply it to the Kemetic symbology, she has to see if things line up. What were they saying about this, and does it behave like that? And clearly is that. I don't think she decoded it, but it has been decoded. And this is the decoded thing. I don't think it was her who did it. So definition: self-assembly, the spontaneous association of several molecular components into a discrete, non-conveniently bonded aggregate with a well-defined structure, e.g. binding with a purpose, e.g. binding with a purpose. See, all that other shit, like I said, that's the definition. She's breaking down the definition. What the fuck understands that? But she'll throw in, e.g. binding with a purpose. Self-organization, the spontaneous ordering of molecular or supramolecular units into a higher order, non-convoluted structure characterized by some degree of spatial and or temporal order or designed by correlations between remote regions, will exhibit collective and often non-linear behavior, could include crystallization and related ordering phenomena such as liquid crystallinity. Self-organization, self-assembly. You figure that out. So she goes on to break it down. So we got whatever that is, and let's see how she breaks it down a little bit more. All right, so self-assembly, self-organization, which is important because that's what makes you a god. Your ability to self-organize and self-assemble. And that's what they're saying is happening in the cusp. The God is self-assembling or self-organizing. You are born a virgin birth. Oh, they give it to you. Now, this makes sense. The cusp is where they said in the chaotic magnetosphere is peace, where you're supposed to rest before your journey. So now when you die, someone says, rest in peace, rest in the cuff. Get it? So to wish you rest in peace is to wish you rest in the cusp or to find the cusp before your journey. Rest in the peace, son. Now it makes no rest in power. You added that shit, now makes no sense. Don't wish me to rest in power, wish me to rest in peace. Because after I take that rest for the transformation, which is symbolic of 3 days. So now we get it. Let's go again with this. Let me do it again so we can get it right. Now we get this. I've seen this symbol and tried to fuck with this symbol so much. We did it last time, but now we understand what this is. So this again, Vesica Pisces. Vesica Pisces. Now we get it. The code has been in your face. They always talk about this. I want to make sure we get these circles. Oh, let me make these circles a bit darker. All right, so now this light. I guess y'all get it. Here we go. All right, so now we get it. Now we can see clearly this fish is a gateway. It's also a vagina. This is the whale and this is Jonah inside the whale. So Jonah's inside the whale for 3 days. Jesus sleeps in the cave for 3 days. So it's something about 3 days. Boom, then it hit me. Oh, they're not talking about 3 days. They're talking about Jesus goes to the cuff to leave third dimension. Jonah goes in the whale, and when he emerges, he's out of third dimension. Vesica Pisces, the gateway, is a model of the cusp and the magnetosphere going around the planet. Niggas, all this shit opens once we have this code. I promise you. So let's keep it popping, niggas. Let's keep it popping, niggas. So terms describing autonomy and program nature of building blocks in a supramolecular chemistry include self-assembly and self-organization, which are comparable to the Egyptian claims that the deceased is self-created. The deceased is self-created. CT 75 and 341. A foundling without knowledge of parents. A foundling without knowledge of parents, PT 516. So they're saying you're a newborn without parents, virgin birth, self-assembly, all right? And an unblemished birth. You're also called the dead king an unblemished birth. PT 518. For he was not conceived. CT 76. Put simply, the supramolecular sun bark exhibits self-assembly and self-organization. All right. Then in the Amdat, the self-assembled sun bark is dragged by the four gods in hour four gods, hour 4. Then 7 goddesses in hour 5. Then 8 gods in hour 8. And finally 12 gods and 12 goddesses drag the bark through the bowels of the serpent at Ankh Necharu in hour 12. After 12, nigga, it's turn up time, nigga. Party time. Oh, it's party time. We're having a party. Come on. As an example, if the sun god represents hydrogen and the 4 gods dragging the bark signify the 4 balanced electrons of carbon, and then we have a convenient bond of hydrogen with carbon, the 7 goddess representing a nitrogen antion, and the 7 gods representing a nitrogen cation, then unite and drag the hydrogen-carbon bond. Woohoo! So again, she just showed you all the shit they got in terms of their understanding about the behavior of a cell, and the hydrogen and carbon and the bonding of it, and the number system is the same exact numbering system the Kamites just refer to as gods. So they refer to hydrogen and carbon as gods. Those are the gods. These elements. Oh, nigga. Get to work. Okay, where we at? Where were we? Okay, so, oh yes. Let's go. I probably forgot that page. Let me see. I'm gonna read it. The catalytic process. Along with the deceased sun god's potential for self-assembly, his journey in the Amda can be easily restated in chemical terms of the catalytic process. So the dragging of the boat by the 4, then the 7, then the 12, whatever the number thing was I just read, it could be in chemical terms. They call that the catalytic process. So again, along with the deceased sun god, potential for sun god's potential for self-assembly, his journey in the Amda can be easily restated in the chemical terms of the catalytic process, which involves a 3-step binding of substrate, followed by a chemical transformation into the product, and finally the release of the product to regenerate and activate catalysts. This is mirrored by the deceased sun god binding with Osiris. So the binding with Osiris is the catalytic process. The sun god, your DNA, binding with Osiris is the catalytic process. So your sun boat is now about to be dragged because of this chemical bonding. Meaning those ropes, the gods are dragging your sun boat. Your sun boat is now moored, as I pointed out in the first one. Okay? So they grab it and pull your ass. So that demoors your ass. All right, let's see what else we got. All right, the sun god as a lambda vector, we find that the lambda sun god and his supermolecular crew is a fusion that easily breaches the cell wall of the Earth at the gap of the Duat. So now you easily breach the gap at this point. Okay, and as our model posits, that the sun god and his crew represent a molecule capable of transporting DNA into the cell. You heard? Our model posits that the sun god and his crew, those 8, represents a molecule now capable of transporting DNA into a cell. You're ready to go, player. So the sun bark equals the lambda gene vector / super molecule. The sun bark. The sun bark. I check. We have posited. She's using that word. She's talking about her position. We have, I'll say what she's saying. We have the position that the union of the deceased and the sun god at the northern polar cusp parallels the insertion of an erogenous, exogenous DNA fragment into an incoming lambda genome that will dock into the Earth cell. The deceased king states, "I am merged in the sun god," CT75. So this catalytic process, this molecular bonding process prepares you or your boat, as the deceased king clearly states, "I am merged with the sun god," because of this particular molecular transformation. All automatic up in the cusp. So you go through 12 hours in the Duat, that's what they say. So that's equivalent to 3 days. The 3 days represent you're leaving third dimension. So that's why they said they turn things to 3 days and so on and such. Let's see. In fact, modern geneticists have named insertion vectors such as lambda insertion vector Charon 16A after the ferrymen in Greek mythology. Let me say it again. How come, oh no, let me repeat this, but in question form. How come modern geneticists are naming these cellular processes after, in this case, the ferryman in Greek mythology? This yet is more proof if they at least, if they named this when they discovered this after the ferryman, that means when they were looking for these things, they had this in mind. This is what they were decoding when they were doing it. Otherwise, when they discovered it, why would they decide to name it that? They could have named it so many things. If they was trying to just name it a cool name, the ferryman, they could just name it the boat gene. If they weren't thinking about mythology, they were using mythology, trying to decode it or knew to decode, and that's why they named it what they named it. So let me read it again, because this tells us they're getting it from us, not coming up with this shit and then throwing it back to us. Oh, let's call them the ferryman like the Greeks and niggers did. And remember, Greek mythology, ours. Greek philosophy, theirs. Because all they can do is philosophize on consciousness because none of them ever went to the mystery system. So they had to get what fall off the table until eventually Alexander the Greek went over there and stole it. So again, in fact, modern geneticists have named insertion vectors such as lambda insertion vector Charon, Charon 16A, after the ferryman of Greek mythology, who transported spirits of the dead across the river Styx. Now we know the river Styx is what? The Duat. They showed that in, I'm not sure if it was, I can't remember if it's the first or second one. I think it was the first one, Percy and the Thief, the Lightning Thief. Watching both anyway. But I think they had to see the ferryman in that one and pay him. And they showed the river Styx. It's the Duat. It's the underworld. It's the gateway to the underworld. They use it as. But that's what the Duat is. The surface of the Earth is the Duat. Duat. So the sun god is also a ferryman, carrying the deceased through the Duat, along with the host chromosome in a fashion similar to that of a cloning vector. Getting this. Come on, bitches. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Similarly, when phage lambda absorbs into a bacteria cell, its tail fiber attaches to the LAMB protein on the E. coli outer membrane. DNA is then thought to be injected down the hollow core of the tail into the bacterium. So if the staircase cusp signals the onset of a FTE, remember that's the flux transfer event, which is the staircase that you're looking for in the cusp. You must take that staircase to get on Ra's Sunboat for the molecular process to come together for you to get ready for your ride, nigga, FTE. And this magnetospheric event may mirror the Egyptian idea of the deceased engaging the Great Stairway, as I just said, and becoming a recumbent with the Labada sun god and his super molecular crew on the bar. So she's saying in the FTE, you have the Lambada phage and the molecular crew, the molecules that you need to get you on that, to get your shit to bond to these 8 motherfuckers. Motherfucker. So this is good shit. All right, so further formation of the FTE by the evection of plasma toward the separatrix may mirror the injection of recumbent lambda DNA into the E. coli host cell, or the movement of the deceased sun god and crew into the gap in the mountains, that is through the cell wall. So the gap in the mountains represent the cell wall because she's representing the earth as one big E. coli bacteria cell. And the entire earth is this one cell. And she said cells have a weak point. Even in your body, that's how shit is injected. I think she talks about it and makes it sound more professional than I just did. But ultimately, if the earth operates like an E. coli cell, then you have to inject yourself into that cell. Now let's look at this again. Boom. Here you are at the cusp, injecting yourself into this bacterial cell. This represents where you're from, where you're going. You're jumping into a new reality. This is you in that cell. Getting this shit, nigga. I think you are, nigger. I think you are, nigger. Poor white people. Poor white people. I would say I feel sorry for you, but I don't. You see how creepy that new justice is going to be? That bitch is a witch. Especially, you could tell in the eyes. He had that mask on. Creepy ass fucking hoe. Through the gap in the mountains, that is, through the cell wall. Just as the preferred origin of a CDC or magnetic bottle is a sudden injection of cold plasma. We find the deceased king receives a jar, magnetic bottle, of Ra's cold water when he meets him in the polar region. And this is IS-98. So you receive a jar of cold water, of Ra's cold water, when he meets him at the polar region. And I think she breaks that down now. So in part one, we analyze the quotation from the Theoben recension about the moored ones. That's just a later day book in a funerary text. So we talked about the moored ones, either attached or pulled by a rope. To the about leading the moored ones to the secret place and dragging in Ra, Sunbow, which seems a likely description of phase lambda attached and penetrating the whole cell, TR-64. The text state that the dead king's boat is at the mooring rope attached, and that he will not be boatless, CT-182, and that he is stretched out straight and makes ready for the ferry boat. So stretched out straight, I don't know if it's in here, but I remember what she was talking about. That's what a mummy is, stretched out straight. And she said it represents either the DNA, it's something with the tail. The lambda with the tail or some shit like that. I think maybe it's, if not, just get the book and read it yourself. But pretty much stretched out straight, she breaks down in detail. But the mummy, this mummy isn't stretched out straight. Usually you'll see Osiris, his legs are together. And she breaks that down and what that symbolizes in a little bit more detail, because it's something I'm just remembering. But fucking Pepsi is crack to me. If you want to do some shit, if you want me to ever do some shit that's going to be fucking on fire, make sure you have a Pepsi and some fruity candy. Like, people started getting them. When I go to lectures, niggas started knowing my lectures gonna be fire. They just come in with piles and piles of fruity candy, chewables. I'm like, damn, Skittles, Lifesaver gummies, Swedish Fish, motherfuckers know. You do that, we gonna be spiritual. You about to get there now. I got the lust for sugar. I don't even eat this shit like that on my own. I even did a regular human checkup. No. That motherfucking doctor was sitting there going, I'm really shocked. Like, your sugar is incredible. Your cholesterol is incredible. Your heart is incredible. Like, he was so shocked because niggas, statistically, niggas, got something going on. Nothing. There is one thing, and I know, I'm not sharing that with y'all, but I know it was an attack. Phil used to say for years, they could turn shit on and off for you. And think about this shit for a second. You have a baby, the hospital takes him in another room for a while. I don't know what the fuck they injecting the child with. Then your child to get shot. My granddaughter had to get shots after shots. Where you going? Get shots. You going again? Get shots. Brother Phil talked about they got shit on you. They could turn shit diseases on and off. So, ironically, same time Bobby got sick, I didn't say nothing. I was just as sick, fucked up. Then Bobby had a stroke, and I went, and some shit happened to me. Some shit I'm still fucking with because of that. So I had to check it out with Western doctors to see their standard of health. And besides the one thing I know I was attacked with, Court, I've always been 100% born, raised, never sick. Little kid in the hospital for a while for something that I know is spiritual, even, which I still don't want to share with you. And after that, maybe a cold every 3 years, real talk. So when I went last year for a checkup, the doctor was in awe based upon nigga statistic. So Bobby, again, had that stroke. And strokes have nothing to do with diet. I was talking to somebody and they was breaking this shit down. It can have something to do with diet, but that wasn't it. Stress can give you a stroke, shit like that. Or the government, I'm convinced. It was so synchronized, us being sick, that was no fucking mistake. I'm telling you, no fucking mistake. And like I said, I still was going through it when Bobby had a stroke. And then soon after, I had to go to the West Way. So with that being said, I don't know why I was talking about that shit. I guess we could just chalk that up to genetics, but I'm gonna tell you, the shit we do, they know who the fuck we are. They know who the fuck we are. But again, if some suspicious shit happens to me, at this point, everyone's gonna say, Panic was right, they got him, let's, Panic was right, they got him, now really, y'all make my information more potent. They don't want to just do that. They want to make it seem like something was happening, and they did. I'm saying Bobby was ready to stop anyway. Let's let that be known. Before he got sick, before he had even anything that was, oh shit, this feels funny, he hadn't lectured for a year. I remember him saying these words to me. How many fucking times am I going to do a lecture about my yacht? He said, it feels like I said everything I wanted to say. Never, Bobby, come back. You're the greatest. Never that. I feel like I said everything I wanted to say. And then I started to realize in hindsight, oh, this nigga was trying to push me all the time. Well, you should talk about that. In fact, it was him. Somebody, when ODB died, people was asking him. That's the only logical shit that he said that made me say, okay, I'll do that. Because he came with the hard logic. He was like, yo, we got to talk about him. Well, I'll go back. After that, Do the Gates of Death lecture back in the days with him, when the cameras went off, niggas started talking about ODB. He had passed. And one nigga there was like, yo, he wasn't a god. What? Why not? Of course, he didn't know Phil Valentine lectures. He didn't know Bobby Hemmett lectures. I'm like, what? That don't make you a god. Then Tef said, first of all, he said on his record, I'm the Osiris of this shit. And all you have, and Tef says, that's his birthright. All he has to do is claim that. And he's a fucking god. I said, you fucking right. So we argued him down. And Bobby was just listening to this stupidity because there's always, before there was YouTube, stupid niggas who don't know shit, who want to be fucking deep. So he's listening and he said these words and the dude still didn't get it. He's saying how much of a god Mos Def is and how much I need to listen to this groundbreaking shit of fucking Mos Def. So, okay. So Bobby says, listen, no doubt and no question James Brown is a god. He said, no doubt and no question, I wouldn't trust James Brown to pay my motherfucking rent for 1 month. But that doesn't make him less of a god. Dude didn't get that, but what he was saying was, it ain't about sitting there pontificating on melanin, kundalini, and chakras that make you a god. What makes you a god is your expression or your ability to do God shit. And if that is studying, God shit will be made manifest in you through your study. But just studying it don't mean shit, really. Unless you, because I know a lot of motherfuckers studying, and them niggas is still the most human people I've ever fucking met. Don't play with me. I do consultations. I know exactly what the fuck y'all up to. Note this too. Khadijah and I are now doing joint consultations. You sign up on her website. What I'm going to do this weekend is take my consultations the fuck off of my website, which I thought they were down. That shit I cannot do. Sitting one-on-one. What I found is you'll say, well, come up with 3 questions or so, and we'll do it in our session and make them your most important. They got plenty of time to think about this shit. I usually answer their 3 questions in 3 minutes. Oh, so now we sitting at each other like this. Hi, panic. Ain't nothing else to say. So what they really want me to do is start doing one of these fucking lectures. And what you need to do is go through the cups. I'm like, that ain't this. It's your question. Well, no. But with Khadijah, it's a little bit more conversational. So you sign up on her website, SAMDIReadings.com. SAMEDIREADINGS.com. You can go to my website, Occult Lectures, same as the one in this corner. Go, and from there, link to her site and sign on up, niggers. Class, for me, you still could get in October 25th. If you miss it because you watched this shit too late, sign up. You'll be in the next one. But this one is going to be fire. I haven't done it for a while, and I feel real lectury. So it's going to be a good class. This I can promise. All of them really are, but some of them I know when I'm good. I can do it for, see, I have a lust to do it now. Before it was routine, and though I would rock your ass, you know, it was routine. But now I'm actually excited about it. So this class is going to be something. And more excited now with the new breakthrough information. I know so many lecturers wish they would have got this shit first. Sorry. I'm only joking. It's not like that. Everyone I've dealt with who's a real lecturer support this kind of shit. And they are happy that the information is there more than being the one to give it to you, perhaps. So let's keep going. So the text states that the dead king's boat is at the mooring rope and that he will not be boatless, CT 182, and that he is stretched out straight. It makes ready for the ferry boat. And they say stretched out straight because he's going to, his DNA, you stretched out straight, is going to be injected. And so you need to get in that hole, nigga. Cause stretched out straight is what? This dick, bitch. This dick. Dick. Men. Dick. So you stretched out straight is because you're going to be injected up in the cusp, baby. Up in the cusp. And makes ready for the ferry boat. Stretched out straight makes very ready for the ferry boat. Boom. CT 218. Which is moored in the dockyard of the gods. CT 1036. Re, or Ra, also causes the gods to follow when the bark travels. It is being dragged straight on, CT 60. These parallels suggest that the journey in the Dawat begins at the site of impulsive magnetic reconnection at the cusp, which is similar to the injection of recombinant DNA into an E. coli cell. Boom, I told you, nigga. Stretched out straight. At the polar Lam-B receptor site, a dockyard for phase lambda. Ooh, phase lambda. IS-20, King opens double doors, double barrier, double gates, double ram gate. But what does that mean? Let's see. Host invasion, such as that of phase lambda, which attaches to the Lam-B receptor site of E. coli. All right, man, we get it. We get it, bitch. We get it. Did I forget this page? Or am I not going to talk about what's on here? Let me see. Let's say this. The sun god represents not only a composite of hydrogen ions and other energetic particles, but also the incoming phase lambda that will ferry the deceased to the bacterial host for transformation. We know. So, Egyptian polar gap or dockyards of the gods. The lamb pourin. I guess we must have skipped that. I'll read the book. Polar bursty reconnection site is injection of the recombinant lambda DNA. The recombinant lambda DNA is the dead king. Recombinant is the dead king, I believe, if I remember right. Isis name, empty throne. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we need to read this. Yeah, okay, I just didn't mark it, but we need to deal with this because it deals with Isis and the symbol of the throne. The sun god represents not only a composite hydrogen and other energetic particles, but also the incoming phase lambda that will ferry the deceased into the bacterial host for transformation. We have posited that the genetic heritage of the deceased inserted into the incoming phase lambda at the CL gene inactivating it. Genetic heritage of the deceased inserted in the incoming phase lambda at the CL gene inactivating it. All right, let me say it again so better. We have posits that the genetic heritage of the deceased inserts into the incoming phase lambda at the CL gene, inactivating it. This is called insertional inactivation. Isis is also present on the sun god's supramolecular bark. Oh, you're there, Isis. Almighty Isis. Set. You shouldn't have shown up on that boat, bitch. You got your titty out. Yeah, baby. Isis is probably a MILF. Or GILF. All right, this is what she had. All right, so Isis is also present on the sun god's supramolecular bark and may be a representation of lactose and its resultant transport through the cell by the hydrogen driving force. Woo, let's say it again because that was a mouthful of white shit. This is called insertional activation. Isis is also present on the sun god supramolecular bark and may be a representation of lactose and its resultant transport through the cell by hydrogen driving force For if the lambda vector is carrying the LAC-Z gene, it may be active, as represented by Isis, the lady of provisions on the sun bar. The lady of provisions, so she's on the sun bar. Let's see what's up. Let's see what this lactose thing is and what this LAC-Z thing is that she represents in the world of cellular fucking dynamics, son. Okay, all right, let's read this. I didn't highlight it, but let's see where it goes. LAC-Z, B-gal gene is an enzyme normally synthesized by E. coli cells when lactose becomes available. Let's say it again. LAC-Z is an enzyme normally synthesized by the E. coli cell when lactose becomes available. So lactose is available, is symbolized by Isis. So now we have another understanding of Isis breastfeeding Horus, which is what you're supposed to become. So she represents the LAC-Z gene that will get injected in the process of the dead king being inserted into the E. coli cell or into the dark dwarf for transformation. So again, LAC-Z is the M. So we have another mystery on our set. This is a breakthrough, fuckers. Don't fuck with me, fuckers. Sick old fuckers. This is a breakthrough. LAC-Z is an enzyme normally synthesized by the E. coli cells, Earth, when lactose becomes available. LAC-Z may be present in the vector, as it is for the lambda insertion vector, Chiron 16A, ferryman, Greek ferryman. However, a DNA insert into the LAC-Z inactivates the gene, just as it inactivates the CL gene in lambda GT10. It is interesting that the lambda prophage sits silently at the, let me underline that. Prophage sits silently at the B-gal gene, or LAC-Z, in the E. coli host chromosome. When prophage excises or leaves, it can sometimes leave with part of the gene, a type of specialized transduction activating the LAC gene by leaving the seat empty. Ooh, let's go again. If Phil Valentine is listening, this is good shit, bruh. Listen to this shit again. A specialized transduction activating the LAC gene by leaving the seat empty. Related to the idea is a symbol of the name of Isis in Egyptian, which is an empty seat or throne, suggesting that an empty seat or throne indicates the gene seat active for lactose metabolism instead of inactive and occupied by the prophage in the lysogen. Oh, yes, you want to talk about that. Thus, an empty gene seat could signify the excision, that's the word I was looking for before. No, well, no, it wasn't. Excision of the prophage or the resurrection of Osiris, decoded Egyptian polar gap or dockyard of the gods, Lamb-B portion, polar bursty reconnection site, injection of recombinant DNA, recombinant lambda DNA, Isis name, empty throne, very important, equals empty seat due to prophase excision. So now we understand more about the symbol on Isis's head, Isis's head. This empty seat represents a process that can happen in the cusp that leaves the gene or the cell empty. We'll see. Ready, what's going to sit there is Osiris. Your DNA is going to sit there. So the seat becomes empty for you, the throne of Osiris, and that's why above Ketha, these 3 levels, they say the whole tree of life is Isis, and above her head, the throne is the Ein Sof, Ein Sofar, the throne of Osiris. But really, now we understand when Osiris takes that throne, he journeys through the fucking triple stage darkness, which is the Duat, which is what Elijah Muhammad said, well, we come from triple stage darkness. Even on earth, we come from triple stage darkness. So the 3 days in the cave for you, or 3 days in the well for you to get through the cusp, becomes 3 trimesters of birth for you to get to earth. It's the reverse of the same process. So you go through triple stage darkness in the womb, or the Ein Sof and the Ein Sofar, you're really traveling through the fucking, through the Duat back to get here. So you don't go through that pussy gate. You get through the pussy gateway to get here, which smells like fish and looks like this. This, once you take it all away, my nigga, is nothing more. Well, what page am I on? All right. Turn it upside down is a pussy. See that fish? All right, let's do this now. All right. Some feet. Some feet. Here you go. There you go. Put some fur on it. Boom. It's some fucked up pussy, but yeah, it's a pussy. This is the gateway here, and you take 3 trimesters of birth is the triple stage darkness that got you here. And the Ein Sof, Ein Sofar is the 3 trimesters of birth back into the quantum realm. All right. Collar will pop right now. Collar would pop. So Ein Sof, Ein Sofar, you got to sit on that throne as Osiris to travel through triple stage darkness. Or you have to get in the cusp to get through. And that cusp probably is the Doth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nigga, 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 nigga. Okay, so as we expand our microcosmic model of the sun god operating like lambda vector, the earth representing the E. coli host bacterium, and the deceased functioning as a DNA insert. So the idea is when these things are set up right, you're the motherfucker that's going to pop your ass in that motherfucker. You're the DNA insert. Your DNA is going to be a part of the changing process. Now, that's what it's waiting for you to show up, nigga, with all the right stuff, ready for your journey. That's light or consciousness. So we now understand what that throne means. You're welcome. It seems practical for understanding the Egyptian afterlife. Okay. In support, we have posited that the union of the deceased and the sun god at the northern polar cusp is similar to the insertion of an erogenous or exogenous, you see where my mind is at, exogenous DNA fragment into incoming lambda genome. The sun god is a ferryman carrying the deceased through the Dawat in a fashion similar to that of lambda cloning vector. Entry into the Dawat or mountain of the West gap is similar not only to absorption and injection of lambda DNA into an E. coli host at the LAM-B portin, host at the LAM-B porin, Porin, but also to the injection activity of FTEs into the magnetospores. In addition, polar localization for a cell cycle controlled in E. coli suggests a rationale for the Egyptian advice to go to the polar cusp of the Earth while is enriched with high energy particles. Okay, so she's showing you the comparison of the cell microcosm with the macrocosm and how it lines up with the Egyptian definition clearly. So she says in this end, the Egyptian advice, go to the polar cusp of the Earth. That's Egyptian advice. Shit, nigga. Shit. Nobody was saying that shit till now. That's fire. What the fuck y'all doing? Which is enriched with high energy particles. So, yes. So this is where it goes down at the cusp. The presence of Isis on the sun bark at the northern polar cusp may indicate lactose transport by proton symport. Okay. Likewise, insertional inactivation of Cl in the lambda vector may indicate that the LAC-Z gene, Isis, is functional and is not inactivated by insert in the vector, so that the lactose enters the bacterial host. Go on, Isis. Similarly, the excision of the lambda prophage from the LAC-G gene, or called BGAL, may represent the meaning of the empty throne, designating the name of Isis. All in all, the voyage of the deceased sun god and his crew of 8 traces a figurative path for humans to the next level of evolution. Cosmic clone, baby. So objective 6, as she writes in the book, is complete. The supermolecular nature of the deceased sun god and his crew of 8 supports the idea of an afterlife cloning experiment that redesigns the human evolutionary future if one bonds with the sun god. So listen, let me say it again, because this is key. This is, in the objective, she's just saying it straight out. The supermolecular nature of the deceased sun god, that's you, and the crew of 8. That's hydrogen, carbon, and whatever else the 6 represent, which are all needed to become this new molecular structure, as she pointed out, H1 or H something. So, the crew of 8 supports the idea of an afterlife cloning experiment. So they're taking your DNA and recopying. That's what they mean by cloning. And if they're using the word cloning and the Egyptians were, that means they knew how to do that shit on Earth, and they did. It's called Whitey. So an afterlife cloning experience that redesigns the human evolutionary future. This is how you do it, baby. Yeah, baby. If one bonds with the sun god. Deceased sun god restores the eye of Horus. You must restore the eye of Horus. You must restore the eye of Horus. You must restore it, or else you are kaput. You cannot make it. You're not gonna make it. You'll be back in this motherfucker. You got to restore the eye, nigga. On some Tahuti shit. The word as DNA instructions. Tahuti time, niggas. IS-95. King tells scribe to destroy writings. You know what the scribe is. Request scribe be replaced. Nigga, what? King bears God's book. King is the great word. You are the great word, nigga. So objective 7. In order to discover how the deceased sun god restores the eye of Horus, we need to understand the signs suggesting DNA transcription and repair. Keep it in mind the continued coherence and unity of our expanding matrices. All right, so what has been laid out so far are the straight instructions on where to go in the basic chemical reaction, which is normal. If you get there with enough light, enough spot, right time, right place, you're in there, baby. Yeah, baby. Now we start to talk about some things that may be where problems come in, if you will. And these problems, I'm suspect maybe the problems of the people who didn't study or the people's whose genetics ain't up to snuff. Melanin. So let's get into it. We're not there yet, but this is where she starts talking about different things that can happen up in the cusp. Primarily is good news for those who study. You shouldn't have that problem, and you'll see why. Those who didn't study may need to study before and understand something. Who knows? Maybe these dumb niggas, if they find a spot and get out. I see some dumb niggas in porno, and they sure know how to find these chicks' spot. You got to just get fetishes going now with that Kodi shit. And when you install Kodi, get the porno version of that shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That shit is, you never want to leave your house, nigga. You will fucking quarantine. Even after they say the quarantine is over, nigga, you ain't gonna come out, nigga. Get that Kodi porn, nigga. You can just search for anything. Midgets on tricycles, you know what I'm saying? Who shit feathers, you know what I'm saying? You'll get that shit. Objective 7. In order to discover how the deceased sun god restores the eye of Horus, we need to understand the signs suggesting DNA transcription and repair. Keeping in mind the continued coherence and unity of our expanding matrices. Transmitting messages in biology is electronic and can be described as the migration or flow of ions down electrical gradients. So we could say that the journey of the sun god through the Dawat simulates the flow of ions or a supramolecular message navigating the protein gradients. Recall that the deceased is one who reveals what has been said to him. The deceased is the one who reveals what has been said to him. I already know what that means. That means you do have to be conscious. So if the deceased reveals what has been said to him, he's revealing his conscious understanding. That's really what has been said. That's your training. That's definitely it. And of course, your genetics are what has been said. Your genetics are your words. Your genetics is the word of God too. You're going to see that. You're going to see that. So the logos also is your genetics, not just God going, let there be light. No, never. It's your genetics is the word. Watch. And also your consciousness is the word that the deceased speaks. It is your statement. I am panic. And my genetics, I told you this before. If you were to meet me, me and you be the same fucking nigga sitting in the room. But my genetics, based upon my study of light, heart work, pineal work, subconscious fucking work, astral work. Based upon that, my genetics are prepared for this journey. And that's the statement I make, motherfucker. What statement do you make? I read a couple of fucking books and my rap album is fucking hot. I think, but nobody, well, let's keep going. So we could say the journey of through the sun barking into what similarly flows the iron, blah, 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 blah. Recall the deceased is the one who reveals what has been said to him. He also dispatches the word of the self-created multitudes. Oh, let me read that again. He also dispatches the word of the self-created to the multitudes and captains the bark. CT 75. He dispatches the word of self-created. Speaks for itself. That's exactly what I'm telling you. The self-created motherfucker is the human who created himself on earth to the Godhead. The transformation into the true God happens there. So transfer into the Godhead or becoming conscious is another one. Say he dispatches the word of the self-created, meaning I understand the word, the genetics of the self-created, therefore worthy of the cusp, worthy of the process. Genetics, consciousness. Okay, nigga. Okay. Okay, nigga. Okay, nigga. Okay, nigga. Nigga, okay. Let's go, baby. I'm excited. My penis is at a 37% erection. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna get up to 75 before we leave. Luckiest under the table. He also dispatches the word to the self-created to the multitudes and captains his bark. Meaning they're saying you become the captain if you have this consciousness. You have to be worthy to drive the boat, as Kodak Black said. I want to drive the boat. I won't drive the boat. Yo, I'm B.O.B. man, put that shit out. You already know what I'm talking about. I want to drive the boat, nigga. Mine is M-I-N-E is the writing. Mine is the writing. Mine is the writing. And that is CT 137. That's another way of saying I am that I am. I am this. Mine is the writing. I am this. The writing is your DNA too. Ooh, Tahuti is what? Your DNA too. Ooh, let's decode, bitches. Let's decode, bitches. I'm probably fucking up many deep moments by saying fuckers and bitches. But know something? Fuck you. Fuck that. Fuck all the bullshit. This ain't about the love and perfection. This is about getting this shit and getting the fuck out of here. So don't be my friend, nigga. I don't want to be your friend. I want to be the guy that teaches you some shit that you can go. We may become friends, but I really gotta like you. So, fuck you. Study. Mine is the right and he insists. I am in charge of the record of the word of God. What? I am in charge of the record of the word of God. How many of you niggas really believe that you are in your heart? Because I am that I am, nigga. And I know it. I'm convinced. I want to drive the boat. Can you say the same thing? He insists. I am in charge of the record. Nigga, I claim these genetics, nigga. I claim this consciousness. I claim every fucking night I'm up hours and hours, fucking numb. I claim the fact that I can't even hardly see shit no more from reading so fucking much, nigga. I'm in charge of the record of the word of God. The word of God. CT 351. This is the word which was in darkness. Can't you hear they talking about consciousness? This was the word that was in darkness. It could be dual, you know what I'm saying? Subconscious, underworld, dark side, how the darkness comes light. We get that. But it also means in the darkness of this place, this word was here. We know that. It's the word that was in the darkness. Consciousness, not wokeness, not really even consciousness. But we have to make for lack of a better word. And for the sake of a non-worse word, like fucking woke. Woke fest. Wokeism. He's a woken nigga. All these awoken niggas. That's my new shit. He's an awoken nigga. A fucking lichen. Awoken. He's a fucking woken lichen. Fucking woken. This is the word which was in darkness. And it also, that statement can also mean the word of your DNA that was hidden in darkness. You can say now the junk DNA or now. No, actually it's the insert of the dead king, which was the word. So it's just what you can't see. Through the many years and many lifetimes, your DNA was built with information. And enough information become the word to do your thing in the cusp. As for any spirit who knows it, he will live amongst the living. Fire is about it, which contains an efflux of Osiris, CT 1087. So as for any spirit who knows it, he will live amongst the living. So if any spirit who knows it means there are spirits what? Who also do not. Dun, 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 dun. So then the question becomes, are they talking about any spirit who knows it, who's conscious, or any spirit who knows it, who has the genetics? Either way, bad news for Whitey. We still haven't gotten to the case closed yet. Or bad news for the nigga that's fucking around on this motherfucker, just doing this shit all day and doing the nay-nay, you know, dumb bitches like Tiffany Haddish and it's time for what's that little nigga? His voice is now even fucking annoying. Kevin Hart. Oh God, he didn't fucking do anything. He's on a fucking commercial. I was like, man, shut the fuck up. It's over, nigga. It's over, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Get on your lambda, you fucking corny fuck. These dumb niggas disgust me. No, fires. Let me just keep going. Shit, fucking rassa, frassa, snatcha, frassa, nigga, frassa, woke it ass, motherfucking these wokies, all these wokies out here. Wokies. So the word in darkness is Osiris, the DNA of Lambda prophage on the host chromosome. Yes. Okay. There's a form of prophage in your DNA. When you become conscious, you're feeding that light, because prophage is a light bacteria. So you're feeding the light. So you're trying to expand this light that is darkness. Your human ignorance is the darkness. So expanding your conscious light is so the word in darkness is Osiris. This prophage that's in the DNA is sleeping in you. It's not active until you get to the cusp. And there is where it meets with the lambda prophage from the sun. And that's how you ride, nigga. So with that being said, and she's not talking about that's a key ingredient, because that comes through consciousness and they don't have it. You get what I'm saying? Not true consciousness. They're studying, they understand intellectually, but they can't do nothing in the heart. They don't have melanin. They can't do nothing in Kundalini. They can't do nothing with calcified pineals. We made them broke for this, because if the Kamites made them from the priesthood of Yaqub, if they made them, the genius was, we know if they made them, they understood this, and they understood this, or they could make any beast down here, because they didn't look at shit going on down here thinking we're going to be going by then. They didn't know we'd still be here. They was packing up back then. Get it? Some niggas had to come back and say, oh, y'all niggas, we left it for y'all. But white people tore the shit up and it's hidden from them. Some of the OGs had to come back to this motherfucker. All right, nigga, here's where you're fucked up. Good. Great day in the morning. You know what I'm saying? But the true teacher is not going to try to tell you he can save you. Remember, the deceased sun god is what? Self-created. What's the other word? Self-assembled, self-created. Therefore, as I know I've been saying, Bobby Hemmett has been saying, and others, or fuck it, take it from Morpheus. I can lead you to all the doors, but you have to walk through yourself. You have to self-create yourself. So any of these niggas telling you they came to save you, they're the this or they're the that or whatever. I mean, just my penis. I'm on. This is about 47 now. Any nigga telling you that is speaking from his ego with a Jesus complex. Every person here has the potential, even white people. It's just that they got years to live here to get them genetics right, because they can only come through one way. So, and even then, the question becomes, are you born with a soul, or come down here with a soul, or can you develop one? Another lecture, another time, and me and Bobby probed it. And the answer was, so far, because I came to Bobby and said, well, let me ask you something, because you always hear this. Tell me the study, because that's how we operated. We started with a question, and because he's more well-studied than me, it would usually go his way. Bobby, tell me the study, or show me the study that says you can't obtain a soul. So he paused, thought, and said, the most you hear on the soul is Gnosticism. I said, show me the study that you can't obtain it. And then we started thinking the answer was like, well, I don't know. I haven't seen one that says, no way, Jose. So, can you obtain, if you can, he said, well, technically it's just light. And light could be gained. Because of the light that we gained for the many years is why our genetics are what they are. Because we've been here for many years. See, you need to understand, we finished this thing already. We finished this thing when we was building societies. See, you know what the funny shit is? When you were little, remember, there's 7 wonders in the world. We just can't figure out 7 of these things. But us white people got this shit under control. Word up, son. But then, as the world is smaller, because black people are not just saying, we need to go to the north, sir, and that's where our freedom gonna be. We travel in the world, more of the world has cameras on their phones. Everyone pretty much has a camera now. So we're in a time where there's too much shit that people say, wait, I thought you said there were 7 wonders. How come you can't explain this shit? I don't know, like Angkor Watts. How can you can't explain this shit in Peru in terms of how they built this particular structure with no mortar, but you can't even stick a razor blade between these fucking bricks? How come there's all of these fucking cities under fucking sea? Half of these motherfuckers got airplane fucking runways. Oh, I know how they explain it and why they explain it. They just told you aliens did it. So now they can show you all of this miraculous shit around the planet where dark people live always and still live to this day. Instead of giving them people the credit, the aliens came and fucking built fucking stone houses for these niggas in whatever BC. It's a fantasy. What they only, get you some of this in your life, that Florida water, baby. Like these aliens came and did all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit. Ooh, that's the good shit. All right. Let's spit some of B.O.B.'s. Old Monk. Hello, Old Monk. Let's give it up to the Supreme Forest. Let me get that name. Here's my other phone, my other phone, my other bands. This one is about mercy and murder, baby. Google mercy and murder. See what comes up. So Hakimori. I'm gonna shout out Hakimori, Supreme Forest, where I will go back to get me in Khadijah a nice little villa, I'm sure. Do my Pan thing. See people rejoice. Yay! Pan is back. Pan is back. Just like in Hook. The Pan is back. Nigga, can you still fly? Showed up. Hakimori. Pan is back, nigga. I'm gonna have to go and tell Rufio, thank you, but I'm back, nigga. Rufio. Hook is the greatest shit. Bangarang, baby. Bangarang. Real niggas know what that is. Bangarang, nigga. Let's get this shit to some Baphomet. Mama. Woo. Feel you, mommy. Let me tell you, give Baphomet 5. 5 on the black hand side. Yummy. This shit is good. Old Monk. Try to get it online. Try to first see if your local liquor store. Go to your liquor store and ask for this liquor. Old Monk liquor. The liquor of the champions. This is the liquor of the Supreme Forest, my niggas. And again, you just let that ferment. Strawberries, but do other shit. You will love it. You will love it. All right, let's keep going. We on to some shit. Hakimori. All right, where were we for? So the word which was in the darkness, as for As for any spirit who knows it, he will be among the living. So they're pretty much saying this is not a white or black thing. This is a genetic thing. And I'm going to show you, boing. Well, I want to get there. I don't want to jump the ship. This is so sweet. Whitey. Oh, Whitey. When you see this, you're going to be like, man, it ain't nothing. Poor babies. If only I gave a fuck. So the word in darkness is Osiris, the DNA of lambda prophase on the host chromosome. And the efflux relates to the potential outflow of phage progeny related to the induction of prophage. So the progeny is the birth of the phage after you make that connection, son. So at the point of return to origin, at the point of return to the origin of time or the foundation forms of the first DNA, solar, star, viral. The deceased states that as heir of the horizon and Atum, he speaks and prepares a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. Whoa, what does that mean? The deceased states that as heir of the horizon and Atum, he speaks and prepares a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. CT 1174. The application of the word of Atum is the activity of DNA replication and information transfer process. Let me say it again. The application of the word of Atum is the activity of DNA replication and information transfer process. All these textual references use the idea of speech and words to point out the lambda DNA instruction. So the text, when they talk about speeches in the word, they're talking about lambda DNA instruction as the word. For the deceased bears the word of God. The word of God is what? Lambda DNA instruction. The deceased bears the word of God. What's the word of God? Lambda DNA instructions. In this context, I'm sure you could find something else. That's the word of God. The deceased bears the word of God, the lambda DNA of the Horus lineage, which now supplants the DNA of the human Seth lineage. Huh? Let's say it again. The application of the word of Atum is the activity of DNA replication. DNA replication. That's the cloning that happens when you're being remade in the cusp. And information transfer process is also transferring information. Wait a minute. Information. That's the information, and yet that makes me panic. The dead God, the deceased, my DNA as panic. And what I've learned being injected and made into the new God, where I still can retain consciousness of this life, this understanding. For when I'm in my home, I'm going back home. Y'all niggas will be in your new home. When I'm in my home, I now, along with Khadijah, my dual son, as we rule together, we now have all of this experience to add more shit to create with, more tools to create with. Crochet. So, all these textual references use the idea of speech and words to point to the lambda DNA instructions for the deceased bears the word of God. That means the word of God is written, or the information is your DNA. The lambda DNA of the Horus lineage, which is now supplants the DNA of the human Seth lineage. Your DNA is of the Seth lineage. Satan lineage. Satan must become God. That's why it makes sense. Polarity. Satan's negative, God is positive. You're going from negative, positive polarity, or they're talking about the transformation process, or they're talking about Horus defeating Set and restoring his eye with the help of Tahuti, which is where we're at now. Booyah. And how the Set lineage, because remember, Set stole the throne, must become the Horus lineage, which is your birthright. So killing Osiris Horus represents you restoring Osiris, the birthright. So you must deliver your eye back to Osiris for the process of journeying through the dark Duat, or the cosmic waterway begins, or I believe through the three Van Allen belts that she was talking about as Ein, Sof, and Ein Sofar. Work with me, nigga. And I don't think you can get through it any other fucking way. Well, I know you can't get through it any other way, but this is the way through the Van Allen belt. Are you there, nigga? You are the word. Your genes are the word. You have the birthright to do it. You are the Osirian word, nigga. So as Bobby said, when I said this book is too fucking complicated, that's the thing I forgot. He said, no, we already did this as Egyptians. It's in the DNA pool. So anyone who chooses to be conscious or is ready to be conscious will eventually get this some sort of way. And you're getting it now. You're getting it now. So that is true. We're getting it. We're getting it now. As I always pointed out, you know what I'm saying? It's not really all about me. This is what I came to do. Therefore, I'm only delivering your word, your message, your story, our story, not my story, our story. You have as much right and as much pimping as you need to do with this. Just get your mind off of trying to get YouTube hits and get into this shit. This is real talk. Because what you will find, if you ain't realized it, this place is fucked up. And it's never going to get better. It's not designed to. Even in the golden age, you may have more information and more this and more of that, but it's still here. Even in the golden age, Kamites was trying to get off of here. So it's not like they said, well, let's wait till you get fucked up, then we'll leave. Why were they still trying to leave then when they were building pyramids, huh? And in fact, they building pyramids dedicated to leaving. Get it together, Slick. Word equals DNA instruction of Horus lineage. So that's what the word equals. By decoding the word as lambda DNA instructions, we can now understand the idea of copying words or DNA transcription. Reviewing the references to words in the AMDOT in figure 110. I can go through it. I'll go through it. It's not a picture, it's actually references to transcription and replication. The process of DNA transcription and replication is explained in terms of uttering words, copying words, or the destiny because of words. Horus 1-7. So let me say it again. The process of DNA transcription and replication, that's the copying of words, is explained in terms from the Kamites. You will hear terms like uttering words, copying words, and destiny because of words, Horus 1-7, resulting in the subsequent translation of protein, hours. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't Horus. Horus and hours is very close. So copying words, destiny of words, destiny because of words, hours 1-7, resulting in subsequent translation to protein, hours 8-10. All right, let's keep it going. Consciousness is the word. White, no word of God. Ooh, that's a note. White people can't go. I think we're there because I wrote on the page, white people can't go. So this may be the revolution. We'll see if it's what I want to save for dessert. All right. So DNA instructions are translated from the language of nucleic acid into the language of protein. So DNA instructions are translated from the language of nucleic acid into the language of protein. That is, nucleoids to amino acids in the cell. Oh, I'm sorry, nucleoids to amino acids. Okay, so from nucleoids to amino acids, all right? In the cell is a translation engine that converts the nucleotide words into amino acid words. So you got to switch from nucleotides to amino acids, from nucleic acid to protein. And this is rewritten, or what did they say? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where they say the scribe, I just read that. The scribe, I don't know. There's too much shit highlighted. But the scribe must change words. They say, the scribe rewrites words. That's one of the Camite things. Just try to whatever. But this is the rewriting of the words into nucleic acid or nucleotide words into amino acid words. When the deceased states, I shall live forever, I am he who dispatches the word of the gods to Ra. So these statements is for someone who's conscious and aware of where the fuck he's going next. He's not making them, he's not just happens to be there. He knows because he studied. He knows because he's conscious. Therefore, his DNA, the word, states in his genetics, because his genetics changed based upon his life. So my genetics, based upon my consciousness, has changed a long time ago, ready for the journey. In fact, I used to tell and say, and it was subconscious, but now conscious, oh, I know how to make this journey. I'm not lacking. I came this motherfucker with this shit. I didn't gain this here. I came with this. I gained more here by teaching. I had to study more. Therefore, that's how I get mine. But ultimately, I came here teaching since pretty much whatever. All my friends will tell you, you playing Frisbee, I was going to teach you how to play Frisbee. It's a nature. It's natural. Which means, which I know, before I was conscious, got a reading. Oh, you've been here many times before. You wasn't, somebody begged you to come back. Begged. And there was a lot of resistance. Found out later it was Bobby who asked me to come back. As it was Bobby who, when he was ready to take his exit after crushing this shit, found the person he wanted to pass the baton on to. And I had no idea that's what was happening. And he pretty much was saying, you really didn't want to. Everybody else comes to me, they want to do the shit. You wanted to study, pure heart. And then there was a time where Bobby recommended this dude's book and he flew with it. And he wrote another book and expected Bobby to promote it, but it was some shit, shaky, flaky shit. And Bobby was like, no, you can't hustle me. So the dude, I forgot what I was going to say about this nigga. I forgot. Anyway, let's just keep going. It'll come back. Maybe it wasn't that important. But when Bobby passed the baton, like, okay, so the dude wrote the book and the agenda was written all over it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't for pure heart. It was to come up. And then I was telling Bobby, I was like, well, B, you know, like when he was like, I can't, you know, this nigga was really pretty much trying to get him to do a lecture. And how the structure went, you fly Bobby in, he does a live lecture, but usually he does what they call a sit-down lecture the next day, where he's sitting down, just kicking it. And you've seen me at those. Usually the day before, he did one of his live lectures. So the dude's like, yo, I want you to sit down in the sit-down lecture, and we just talk about my book. So as shit was getting crooked, shaky, flaky with the actual lecture, and Bobby also knew one of the people involved, and that person was solid, he said, it's almost like he was sabotaging that just for Bobby to sit down with his book. Bobby was not having that. So I talked to Bobby. I said, yo, well, if you say something about someone's book or whatever, shit goes ape shit. They have a life because of that. I said, people literally believe, and this was early on. See, when we first started talking, other people who wanted to be the lecturers, they would give me the most resistance because everyone was fighting for a top position. But if we want to look at it on that level, none of them niggas made it. I'm still here. So because Bobby recognized, no, what was in my heart ain't about being famous, being the king of anything. Just manifest, flow. So these niggas is busy trying to be the king of shit. So I explained to Bobby, no, they need you to do that because they feel in their ego that you said my name, and now the only reason people listen to me is because you said it. He said, wait a minute, what? Listen, he said, we spent thousands of man hours just on the phone talking. I said, I know that, and you know that. But what the fuck do they know? They just think you said my name because somehow I got close to you, and all of a sudden I have a career, if that's what you call in this crap, a career. All of a sudden I have a career. So they're thinking if you do the same thing for them, they'll eat my ass alive. He was like, what the fuck? Yup. So that's what, this shit is corny, and that's what it's about. But again, I started with Eye Opener. Shout out to Eye Opener. And then I felt I didn't know enough. And I said, no more lectures. I'm going to books. But I did meet Bobby at that time, and it became more of a study thing, our relationship. I think if I was telling the story, he was impressed at my greed for studying. And remember, it's philosophy now, how much you know, how much you want to know. So it wasn't just about how many questions I was asking him. It was how much shit I was actually doing myself. It wasn't about him or his teaching or him being a teacher, none of that. It was about me learning what the fuck I needed to know to get to the cusp, nigga. But during that time, he would drop all these hints. Like one time, he kept telling me, we'd be talking, yo, I got to do a radio show. I'll call you afterwards. Then after the 5th time, I found this nigga doing blog talk. He even know he was on the inside. I said, yo, I could have joined that shit, nigga. He's like, oh, I didn't know. So I found out when. I said, I'm going to fuck with him. There was some shit I was studying that I know he didn't come across the term. So I thought, I'm going to see how he do it. So I was typing in the room. Nobody knew. Niggas kind of knew because he kept saying my name, but what I was about at this point. And I think it was Miss Blue. Actually was Miss Blue's show before I even heard or knew or whatever about that. And so I typed, ask, and I think everybody else is saying, ooh, panic's here, panic's here. Never knowing what the fuck I was talking about. I think no blog talks or nothing. I just, but they may have known me from MySpace and I was writing blogs, maybe. Okay, anyway, but they probably knew me from Bobby. And so I typed some shit from William Henry's book. He was referring to melanin as pinealine because they can't say melanin. But truthfully now, with my expanded understanding, where there's a whole climate of these words, key from Chaos Magic, pinealine, and Bobby did a whole lecture with all these names with different names for melanin. But now I'm starting to think there are different names for phase lambda, the most important ingredient for your transformation. I have a better perspective, which we're about to get to, and I think on this page or the next, about what melanin's role may be as well in its key and why we have it and the way we have it and the way it manifests on the skin is a part of the process of evolution we learned for this journey. So we became this dark matter being, this melanin response. And remember when I said melanin is, when it comes out the blood, it turns human because melanin is reaching from another dimension. It's a part, it's an aspect of your soul that you needed for this journey, and we're gonna fit that in to this shit. Ooh, I can't wait, nigga. My penis is bursting. My penis is bursting, and guarantee your vagina is busting. I guarantee it. All right, so let's keep it going. So the amino acids and the nucleotides, or the nucleotides to amino acids, is the process. In the cell, it is a translation engine that converts the nucleotide words into amino acid words. Likewise, genetic engineers clone books for genomic libraries. So likewise, genetic engineers clone books for geometric libraries. When the deceased states, I shall live forever, I am he who dispatches the word of the gods to Ra. I have come that I may report a message to its recipient, CT 1176. Even in that aggressive statement is the aggressiveness, and the knowingness is the aggressive and the knowingness of conscious. Shit. Each time I did in lectures, as I did today, I show you through my aggressiveness the power that's on the inside. When I start just going, I am God, and I know I'm God. Tell me I'm not. You can't, because I'm God. That's my convincing on the inside. That's how strong I feel about my consciousness and my knowing. I'm fucking God. I dare you, nigga. I dare you, nigga. I just feel that way. And I urge you to do the same. It's liberating, nigga. God! Just do it. Ooh, nigga. I feel it. I want to drive the boat, nigga. I want to drive the boat. It's happiness. So that mentality is the mentality my genetics has gained. My kundalini, my heart, my pineal, my melanin. My third eye is busting. All that dumb shit, I'm able to state with absolute. I am that I am. Nigger. Nigger. The deceased is reporting the message, his DNA or genetic heritage, to the sun god Ra. You have to be conscious to be able to do this shit. That's why this message is not for the masses. Not at all. This is not to save Black people. This is the information you need to save your Black ass, conscious nigga. So go on, fuck around, try to get your album hot, see where you get. See how far you get. Likewise, so you're reporting a message, my DNA or genetic heritage, to the sun god. You're saying, I am this. I am not human. I am conscious. I am God. I am of your heritage, sun god Ra. I am of your heritage, who together with the deceased may represent the initiation of transcript by the enzyme RNA, the post-pervasive form of a gene regulation from bacteria to higher eukaryotes, decoded. We're going to use that word a lot, so we need to figure it out. EUKARYOTES. Maybe I dealt with that already. Eukaryotes. I think that's how it's spelled, but it's a nuclei with there's another one we turn into like karyotes, and they said that was after Atum sneezed, where he litters in the universe, and it gets around the universe, the supernova, which is a tomb sneeze, gets around the universe through cosmic winds. So yet again, let me explain. Betelgeuse, which we talked about earlier in this book, has been supernovaing, and she said it in 2004. We know in this time, that's why you're wearing masks, because it's supernovaed. And through cosmic winds, she points out that that phage is here in abundance. So a lot of niggas got out during that ride. And that energy is still here. So remember, Baba Kalindi, shout out. Dr. Africa, and I'm missing somebody, one of our great teachers also passed. 3 of us went, who wasn't really supposed to in terms of age and health and all the rest of that shit. So, yeah, let's keep going. Decoded copying words equals DNA transcription into messenger RNA. So the messenger of RNA is protein or amino acids now, as opposed to the nucleotides of DNA. DNA direct RNA polymerase. So let's get into this RNA. Okay, let's go. I'm starting to see some Tahuti shit. IS 49 to 50. Deceased sun god is Thoth in authority. Thoth and the book splits open. Mouth. Thoth and book splits open mouth. Thoth cuts off the head of Seth and his followers. IS 51 to 52. Thoth gleams with the eye of Horus. Crosses the sky with the deceased and Ra and reassembles the deceased. So here we have the Kamites talking about the role of Tahuti, and in the mythology, we know he restores the eye of Horus or helps Horus. And as they say, you know, he cuts off the head of Seth and his followers. Thoth gleams with the eye of Horus, crosses the sky with the deceased and Ra, and reassembles the deceased. So they're telling you there that Thoth somehow has a hand in helping you in this process. Let's see. DNA redirected RNA polymerase. That's called RNAP. So RNA polymerase is RNAP for short. RNA polymerase. All right, RNAP. Let's remember that. So DNA-directed RNA polymerase synthesizes RNA. It's an enzyme that is evolutionarily conserved across all domains of life in terms of function, structure, and sequence. The core enzyme in bacteria synthesizes RNA from a DNA template. Let's go. Got that. The sigma subunit tells RNAP, RNA polymerase, where in the genome, DNA, to start transcription. So RNAP looks in the DNA and tells, and it will start transcription by recognizing a section of the gene's DNA called the promoter region. It then melds the DNA to expose one of the double helical strands of RNAP, which we'll use as the template to synthesize RNA, which we'll use as the template. So let's say it again for the slowers, but actually this shit is, you can be hard if you need to hear this twice. It then melts the DNA, that's RNAP, melts the DNA to expose one of the double helix strands. So remember, we're on the two-strand DNA. So what RNAP does, it, let me go back. So RNAP starts, it starts transcription by recognizing a section of the gene's DNA called the promoter region. So it's found the spot in your DNA, the promoter region. It then melts the DNA, melts the DNA to expose one of the double helix strand. Let's get to it, baby. The RNAP will use the template to synthesize RNA. So once you get there, it now finds its instructions and it starts to synthesize. As mentioned, phase lambda takes over the replication machinery. So again, another reference to once you're in the right spot and you make connection with the staircase, the phase lambda takes over the replication machinery of the whole cell, and the geneticists theorize that replication for phase lambda begins with recombination, which the Egyptian evidence supports. Thus, it seems logical to propose that the god Thoth represents the activity of copying words. Again, thus it seems logical to propose that the god Thoth represents the activity of copying words. RNAP connecting, melting the DNA to expose one of the strands, and then replicating based upon that template is the copying of words. Tahuti, baby. In the cosmic form, Thoth equals DNA redirected RNAP. Thoth is RNA. Copying words, RNA polymerase, RNAP. Decoded, bitch. Oh, I forgot. I'm not supposed to say bitch at the end. Decoded, beloved. Yes, beloved. Arute. Hepatuda haru. For you. Decoded. Tehute. Tohute. Recorded. RNAP. Decoded. For you. In the cusp, bitch. Beloved. He is also responsible for beheading Seth. That Tahuti, oh, what a swell fella that Tahuti is. And his followers, suggesting the power of his DNA transcription over that of Seth's eye, which produces the human species. So Seth's eye did what? Produce the human species. Again, when you look at this world, whatever image you get, when it hits the brain, it's upside down. Seth is the god of disorder and confusion. What you see in this illusionary world is disorder, chaos, upside down. That's why when you make the transition, the god turns upside down. Did we get to the upside down world yet? I can't remember. But the upside down world is trying to tell you, when you switch, your DNA becomes the two-strand DNA that you're saying is active and ordered down here. The junk DNA, which is 90%, when you turn over, becomes the story of you, which is bacteria and virus library, according to even the white man in the human genome, which you can find that information by Judy K. King when she's promoting this book. And she did a lecture, which is on YouTube, Judy K. King, the only one and only lecture. And I might deal with this book. This is more precise. Balls of Fire, The Science of Life and Death. And she goes through a whole baseball routine all the way up into sliding home. And here's a chapter in here. First base, second base, third base, home base. I thought I seen it. Let me try to find it. Unified sign. Okay, number 3. Ancient Egyptian origin of baseball. This bitch breaks down in here. The Egyptians invented fucking baseball. Oh yeah, the great American pastime that you thought these old fat white boys had something is fucking comedic. They have nothing. I am God! Thoth equals DNA, RNA, P. So, Thoth is also present with the deceased sun god crossing the sky, performing the duties of a scribe, that is, transcription and replication in the Earth's whole cell. Once again, the text claims that the deceased sun god is Thoth because of non-locality, a quantum phenomenon where the motion of atoms simultaneously affects and relies on the motion of neighboring atoms. However, for ease of understanding, we will treat Thoth as a separate unit and assign him the status of DNA directed RNA polymerase decoded. So I get exactly what she's saying here. What she's saying is, as you understand the linear story in an atomic understanding, I am the sun god who must be, listen, very important understanding. I am the sun god who's the Sephir, the Horus side to Osiris, then I meet the sun god, then I move on. But what she's saying is, from a quantum perspective, you are also Thoth. In this, and she follows the line of the DNA to RNA transcription as the Thoth path that's happening while in the cups. That's why, and here's the understanding. Bobby said it, all the books said it, Bobby was repeating that in the books. I've said it, you must become all the gods. That's a quantum mentality that they're talking, and you're about to move into a quantum reality. So you are Thoth, you are Set, you are Horus, you are Osiris, you are Isis, you are all the motherfuckers. Keep it going, nigga. I'll keep it going. Because you are now walking into a world where all of these elements, which we see they are, elements and processes, are you. You are all the gods. All right? IS 62. Ra and crew stopped by a serpent on a mountain. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. So IS 62, Ra and crew stopped by a serpent on the mountain. The deceased sun god stops the deceased sun god stops the stopping of the eldest god. So the deceased sun god stops the stopping of the eldest god. Let's see what that means. So you wouldn't know what that shit means without a key. That was always our problem. We didn't have a key to this shit. This is the key to these words. Because if somebody, you just read this shit, Ra and crew stopped by serpent on the mountain. What mountain? You're going to say, well, Apep. Okay, perhaps that, but then, know what I would have said? Serpent, Kundalini, mountain up here. Because that's our understanding of where we were. That's the real shit. But it's a whole different animal. So then the deceased sun god stops the stopping of the eldest god. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? You don't fucking know. And you wouldn't know. And nobody who was teaching this shit knew. Booyah, we needed that key. It's here, nigga. Rejoice in your niggerdom. The deceased prepares a path for Ra. When he comes to a halt, CT1174. Oh, we talking about this halt shit again. I'm getting nervous when I'm reading this. That is, he helps the sun god start again after stopping. He helps the sun god, so the deceased prepares the path for Ra. When he comes to a halt, the deceased prepares a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. CT1174. That is, he helps, the deceased is you. The sun god start again after stopping in the quantum world. Now we're going to get down. Listen. UV. I want y'all to hear this. This is that moment. UV, or ultraviolet damage of the DNA, can produce thymine dimmers, which blocks replication and transcription. That's our moment. That's why I wrote here, white people can't go. Fact. Let me say it again, and there's more on that. We're going to get into it. Let me say it again. The deceased prepares a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. CT1174. What do you mean a halt? What do you mean your boat could be halted? So now it begs to ask, what would stop it? Don't you think? So we know the deceased prepares a path for Ra. For he, when he comes to halt, CT1174, that is, he helps the sun god start again after stopping in the quantum world. UV, or ultraviolet damage of the DNA, can produce thymine dimmers, which blocks replication and transcription. So they're telling you now, and he will tell you more, or she will tell you more, or the secret society that fucking stole our information and regurgitated will tell you more, or the ancient Egyptian who brought this shit back will tell you more, and I'm about to tell your motherfucking ass more. White people, let's get this. She said the cell in this macrocosmic drama behaves like the cell on Earth. So on Earth, simple question, who has more resistance to UV? The sun. Who has a protection against UV radiation? Who are the sun people? Who now evolved to the level where we could stay in the sun, perhaps not just to do beach parties and cookouts, perhaps we evolved, or our melanin protects us from UV damage in the cusp. White people, as we know, all we have to look at is the color scheme of Trump. In that cusp, if there's a problem with UV damage, they're not going. They have no protection in their DNA, in their cells. Melanocyte cells they do not have. Therefore, and as we go on about UV damage and what it triggers, it's your way back home. Whitey, you're here. Your genetics do not allow you to deal with UV damage, i.e., you can't replicate or transcribe your fucking DNA into that new God. It's not you. It's not happening. Sorry. You got more years to be here or more niggas to fuck. Now we'll put in perspective why they go so hard. As I pointed out, Mitchell Gibson said, if your pet, which they are, if your pet loves you and you love your pet, they have the ability to transform into a human. So they're hoping our love for them in certain situations get them through. Does it work? Yes. Because I've seen that firsthand before I knew any of this in my conscious mind with my white step grandfather who worshiped my grandmother and she let him in. So you're not getting in by a hustle. Here's the hustle of Madonna and all them whiteys adopting all those black kids. Because if they get those black kids to love them, they're hoping they could, through horizontal gene transfer, we can help with their genetics. The Moors knew that. So yet again, we now remember why the Moors went over there to fuck these people. Because I guess in the philosophy was, we all got to get out of here. We all can't keep this going. Or whatever, but to give them the genetics, not just to survive down here, or maybe it was just to survive down here, but perhaps the Moors were nice enough to think they could fuck them into the cusp. Either way, I don't care. I wasn't there. But what I am here to say is UV or ultraviolet damage of DNA can produce thymine dimmers, which block replication and transcription. It won't happen because of UV damage. And you have no protection against the sun. We do. We know how our skin knows how to transform that sunlight into vitamin, into nutrient, into power. So on the cellular level, we behave the same way. And if it's too much, you're going to see there's something that happens. Or if it's too much, it doesn't happen. Y'all have no protection. You're not going. Did you hear what I said? I remember white people used to say to me, and they don't even say that no more after I did the lecture on dirt to show their origins. They are different species than we are. And I'm a different species than a human, as pointed out in this book. You must become the Horus species. Set in dealing with them is understanding your condition. So down here, you can fuck with Set because you are a human. But when you die, it's about transforming. Set is not something you pray to. It's a position. Set is the ultimate human. Therefore, if you deal with Set, you can master humanity. Stupid. Sitting there calling you all the fucking onks on just the sun, corona. And the symbol for getting out, not the symbol for being powerful on earth. Even though you can wear it with power, but that's the ceiling on your understanding of that. You got an Ankh ring and you stop there. What else did you study? What's that dude's book? Fuck him. A thymine dimmer forms when UV damage causes an extra chemical bond between adjacent thymines called TT. The dimmer forms a kink or biochemical bump in the double helix. So in the DNA, it causes a bump. You ain't going, player. Don't go on, plot. You ain't going, plot. Kink or bump in the double helix. Remember, the guard is supposed to be straight. Straight injection. That results in a mismatched bases. So the two base pair, if they're rolling together. Do I have any Kundalini shit? Oh, in the Baphomet. You could look kind of like this because now we also know this is a DNA symbol. You know what I'm saying? And really at the top, right here, let's get closer. It still looks like the cusp. It looks like you sitting in the cusp at the top of sitting over and the double helix of your DNA. And they meet here is the idea. they're supposed to meet and twist evenly. So if a kink or a knot gets in it, it can't meet here. Oh yeah? You got it? You got it? Okay, I think you got it. All right, let's go, Buffer, man. You see there, Bobby, man. You see there, nigga. You see there, you know? So, yet there are polymerases, mRNA-P, that can overcome this obstacle, but biologists discovered the new Zeta polymerase, the 6 eukaryote DNA polymerase to be described that replicates past a thymine dimer, enabling a cell to replicate its DNA, even though UV-induced thymine dimers were not repaired. So they're saying, and this is her hope of what involves her. She's describing, and as she does describe throughout this whole thing, any problems, the DNA has contingencies, but they don't have the genetics for these contingencies. That's what they've been doing. I'm sure she thinks that it's just humans and we're all humans and we're all the same. Fuck, she knows we're not. She's a different species. And let's even say we don't even have to say what Yakub did. We just could say the obstacles. White people, you know, they are not the same genetically as you. All you got to do is look at them, talk to them, looking in your face. You ever see a white person looking in your face and they just keep blinking? Because they're looking at the sun. They're looking at light. They cannot fuck with light. You know that. You know that. So when we're talking about light and UV and what's going to kick in to get us past these thymine dimmers, sorry, lady, I'm not convinced that you guys got that, because I would be convinced that we do, because when we do stay in the sun under UV light, we seem to last longer in it. We seem to get a beautiful light glow called a tan. Some niggas just get blacker. Well, it's still a form of protection because your melanin came to the surface in the sun. And any Indians do it who are not as dark. I never checked Chinese people, but some of them dark Chinese niggas, I'm sure, get darker. That's I think, a good indication. So the fact we can stay in UV light now here longer, perhaps a concept, this Zeta polymerase is a version of that on Earth as well. Not in the cusp process, but as above, so below. So something below what she's saying, the Zeta poly. Well, and actually she's saying this in the cell, so it might be something that happens down here to us when, in terms of why we have immunity from a lot of the UV light that the sun emits, and they can't do none of it. So what makes you think when they get up there, all of a sudden, the goddamn, what they call this shit, the Zeta polymerase is gonna kick in and they're gonna be at the party? You know what I'm saying? That ain't happening. That ain't happening. I'm sorry. You don't eat nothing in it. Nothing in it speaks to that it would happen for them if you study the microcosm. So what's going to change in the macrocosm if as above, so below? Bitch, you've been quoting as above, so below in this. So below, y'all can't fuck with UV. Challenge me on that shit, hunky. They lost challenging me again when I did the lecture on, which they said, somebody told me the book is back in print, Dirt by Terrence McLaughlin. Prior to that, white people, oh, come on, Penny. We go to the same place. It ain't about white or black. Ease up, man. What happened to you in your life? I said, y'all stupid motherfuckers think I'm emotional about you? Not at all. I scarf at you niggas because I know what you are. And I said, I'm gonna go in a study, not from us, from you, motherfucker. Terrence McLaughlin is a white man. who just was studying dirt and found out the dirtiest motherfucker started with you, and he speaks in detail of your life in the caves and your evolutionary path to fucking Europe and the almost unreadable amounts of fucking filth, dirt, and shit, which was a part of your everyday motherfucking European standard of living. Chivalry is built upon your shit. They said the idea of a woman walking close to the buildings because with no sewers, they just threw bowls and buckets of their shit and piss out the window. So the man would take the shit hit, while the woman was close to the thing. Remember when Bugs Bunny, they used to lay the jacket over the puddle so the woman could walk? Because in every street, there was piles of shit and urine for no sewer system. They said the fucking, where the London Bridge, whatever that river, whatever that is, they said that shit was thick with shit. They said one of their standard insults in any situation, you said, what nigga, in anywhere, anytime they were able to do this insult, reach on the floor, because guaranteed they would come up with a hand of shit and throw it on someone. The entire fucking London was a floor of shit. Then they talk about when the Moors came over and built bathhouses, how the Moors did it, the material they used. Then he said when they left them to it, they built in this place with wood soaking up mildew. It was the stinkiest, worstest place ever. Then it just turned into places where they go fuck, which is still a part of that shit today if they still do that. No, you're not what we are. So you're definitely not going, and here's proof. Challenge me on that shit. Show me the white boy that could sun gaze. Show me the white boy that wants the real challenge. We'll just have a cookout and see who can sit outside and do this while I eat my turkey franks and see what you about. You about rubbing that shit on you. I got my screen on a number 9. The fuck you think that is? Only thing worse is the niggas who wear sunscreen. Talking about, I don't want to be burned. Melanin is programmable. You will burn because you said that shit and you believe that crap. No, you have protection, nigga. And that same protection transforms at the cusp, baby. So when the UV damage that causes the thymine reaction, was it thymine? Go get it. Where we at? Oh, I'm at the new page. The thymine reaction. I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right page. We don't want to miss none of this part. This is the good shit. Right, we're on this page. So this reaction, as above, so below. They can't fuck around with the sun. It's telling you, she's telling out her own mouth, UV ray damage could be a problem. The first problem, she said, that the DNA or the dead king may run across. And she also talked about, again, for us, there's this zeta polymerase that kicks in and keeps it moving. So again, Ra's sunbolt boat gets halted because of UV rays. This is when the zeta polymerase kicks in, and then the boat keeps on flowing. I want to drive the boat. I want to drive the boat. So, white people, sorry. It was nice meeting you. Not really, but you know, some of you. It was nice meeting you. And good luck. You know, good luck. I think once we're going, they're gonna stop with the COVID. So you'll be good. You're good. You're good. It's just that you got a lot of work, but at least you left the pyramid. Figure it out, nigga. So what y'all need to do is start making your own music. Get your little shit that you know how genetics is superior. Your taste buds. We're different. We're different species. You can't dance, nigga. Universe. one song. Nigga, we going back to the party, nigga. What you gonna do? You can stay down here and fucking hope DJ Green Lantern helps you out. Without us, shit is wrong. So this is called an SOS response. The SOS response is induced in response to DNA damage or to the inhibition of DNA replication. So the UV ray is an inhibition to DNA replication. You got no melanin. Melanin, now I believe, is that primarily, one of the primary functions is to protect you from UV damage, not just on planet Earth so you can have a fucking cookout. It's to protect you from your journey back as the dead king, to protect the DNA. So replication can happen. All right. So the SOS response is induced. So again, what's the SOS response to UV damage? Zeta polymerase. That's a SOS response. Oh shit, nigga, shit fucked up. UV respond. Y'all are not gonna get that SOS response because you don't get that SOS response on planet Earth when you're in the sun. You get fucked up, burnt up. You don't have nothing in your genome to transmute that light or protect from the UV. You don't have it. What did I say? You don't have it. What the fuck did I say? You don't have it. And what does the fuck that mean? You ain't going. Baphomet. Dumb niggas ain't going neither. So maybe y'all have somebody to talk to. The SOS response is induced in response to DNA damage or to the inhibition of DNA replication, which the pharaohs may be indicating by the idea that Ra is stopped by the serpent or comes to a halt. So, Thoth, with his famous capacity for writing and wisdom, may also represent the activity of polymerase that enables transcription of the word of the sun god to proceed past a UV-induced thymine dimmer. As mentioned, the deceased king who crosses the sky with Thoth and Ra, IS-52, also becomes the polymerase that replicates past the damaged site. But if this scenario referenced by the funerary text, then what is the Egyptian medicine symbol for the thine dimmer? So we're going to get into that. There's a meta symbol or an Egyptian symbol for the thine dimmer, which, let me just say it again because it feels good rolling off the tongue. White people ain't going because their thine dimmer will kick in because of UV, and there is no Thoth, there is no Ra coming for their ass. These things, now that we know Thoth and Ra represent advanced genetics, advanced elements, they cannot transmute into anything. There's so much things they can't process here. Them son of a bitches never really taste an orange. Their taste buds have no melanin. In fact, Tef was telling me, you know, you see these fights, boxing, where white people are getting their ass beat so bad, their fucking face looks like hamburger meat at the end of the fucking fight. But ultimately, they stayed 12 rounds. I just thought I could make it. And you know, fucking eyes coming out. I just thought I could make it, and he just had a hard jab, and it wasn't working for the night. Maybe I'll come back after I stop spitting up this blood. Ugh. And you're like, how the fuck? And then Tef said, no, they're not the fighting or tough Irish. They have no neuromelanin. So when they get punched in the face, because of their weak genetics, the fucking neuromelanin is not receiving from their nervous system true pain understanding. Because we have neuromelanin that's advanced. Ow! Why you smacking? You know what I'm saying? That's us. And I don't care how tough you are, because we feel it. You smack them, they go, that's all you got, man? Is that all you got? Like, you be like, what the fuck is happening? No neuromelanin, not tough, just genetically dumb. That's a fact. You uneducated son of a bitches. Y'all got a lot to learn. Y'all got a lot to learn. In another world, I would have told you to get the fuck out my lecture, because your genetics don't, this is worthless to you. So in the next life, they'll probably be the leaders, the conscious people, the guys who are saying, I'll do whatever. They know it's niggas who have this. There's a white boy, Richard Hoagland. I think it was him, or maybe one of the others. Anyway, he's always said, this is nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit. So you know, I think he did the face on Mars. Like, for instance, he held up a picture with Obama's inauguration, and there's one of the pictures that had like 1 million of the little orbs. So he was like, he told white people, he said, listen, I don't give a fuck about your politics. Whatever this is, y'all better get with it. Because he's saying this is still a nigga phenomenon. You know, Obama didn't do, it was more symbolic of what Obama was. And they was, in spirit, was trying to tell us it's a time for us to regain our throne and the rest of the stuff. Because as a president, as a human, as a whatever, he ain't do shit for us. And he never was expected to by anyone who spoke any kind of highly of him, who was metaphysics, such as myself. Him as a symbol, which I'm more interested in, is the dealio. Why I bring him up? Can't even remember. I guess he'll come back, but if not, fuck it. I'm gonna get to this shit. So, thymine dimmer kicks in when there's too much UV damage. For us, we have a way out. For them, they do not. And if they think they do, and you think I'm wrong, and I'm full of shit, guess what? Meet me at the cuff, bitch. Let's see what happens. Because if you get through, you're writing exact by the standard of what this teaching is. But we ain't got to debate. I don't debate anyway. I teach, not debate. I teach, I don't argue. I teach, I don't try to convince. Meet me at the cuff, nigga. Meet me at the cuff, honky. See you up in the cuff, nigga. Bring your sunblock. You're gonna need it. IS-61, beware of the double lion. Dun, 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 dun. The double lion, thymine, theamine, whatever. Mouthful of white shit. Lion. All right. On the macrocosmic scale, that's the big guy. That's the space. We can compare this to kinetic interchange, or kink, instability. What? Of magnetic reconnection that may be caused by UV radiation at the cusp. UV radiation at the cusp. Nothing is more clear than that. White people cannot stand the sun, and at the cusp, there may be a chance for UV radiation if you don't have your natural sunblock. Are you fucking kidding? Are you fucking kidding? Nothing is more clearer than that shit. Woo! Oh, happy day, oh, happy day, oh, happy day, oh, happy day, when Satan comes. Woo! When Satan comes. Oh, happy day. Don't that say that song so stupid? Oh, happy day. Fucking dumb niggas sing about oh, happy day. as they get their ass whipped. Today, though, oh, happy day, up in the cusp. Oh, happy day, gonna polymerize. Oh, happy day, gonna change the DNA. Too happy day, gonna make the quantum leap. Leave the whitey on the earth, you jerk. Oh, happy day, when Baphomet comes. As you can see, I'm in stupid mode. I never take myself seriously, so you shouldn't either. This is the seriousness. Oh, happy day. I hope that shit don't get stuck. I think it's feeling stuck. When Jesus comes. This kink, this UV radiation at the cusp on a microcosmic level, cellular level. A thine dimmer also forms a kink in the double helix, affecting replication and transcription. So that happens here too. Oh, so she's saying it as above, so below. She just said this shit happens on the macrocosm at the cusp and in the microcosm. Therefore, UV rays cause damage in the microcosm. Her words. And who cannot fuck with the sun? When Satan comes. I know they're crying right now, these white people. Unless it's a polymerase that replicates past DNA damage, RNA or DNA polymerase cannot replicate past a thymine dimmer unless it is repaired. You don't have that skill, son. Nah, son. Nah, son. You ain't got that skill, son. Word up, son. Yo, son. Son. You ain't coming, son. Son. And it's turned, son. It's turned, son. You ain't coming, son. You're gonna die in the cusp, nigga. You're gonna go back. And without us, it's all over. When Satan comes. Can't replicate unless it is repaired. Direct repair and excision repair systems are short-term responses. However, if there is extensive DNA damage, two long-term systems evolved for gap repair, recombination, and SOS repair. Okay, let me read that again. That was a weird sentence. Direct repair and excision repair systems are short-term responses, period. However, if the excision repair systems, if there is extensive DNA damage, two long-term systems evolved for gap repair. Okay, recombination and SOS repair. That's what she's going to talk about. Remember, I told you there was 3 responses, pretty much, and they're all connected to deities because there's a few ways that the process could fail, and there's contingencies, and we already talked about one contingency, but that's not going to happen for whites because they don't have that contingency below. So why would they have it above? If as above is so below, and so below, whitey can't flow. Are they coming with us? Hell no. When Satan comes, oh happy day. Let me read the rest. The idea that replication for phage lambda and E. coli begin through recombination has been proposed by modern geneticists, and break repair induced replication is a way broken or stalled replications are repaired and restarted if you got the juice. So when we all leave, we're going to turn around right before the last nigga leaves, and the stuck white people, we're going to say, you got the juice now, and leave. Just like they, and then end the movie like they did in Juice. You got the juice now. Bye. Right. Let's keep going. A thime dimmer, it may be possible that the text is referencing this when it states that a serpent will turn his eye against Ra, and a stoppage will occur in the crew. And stoppage will occur in the crew and the great astonishment in the voyage. And Seth will bend him with his hand, CT 160. It's clearly they're talking about this UV damage, Set's winning, you're going to be a human. Let me say that again. Set will bend him with his hand. You will get bent if you didn't make it out, nigga. The deceased states, I prepare a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. The deceased says, I prepare a path for Ra when he comes to a halt. That's because it's your melanin that you're going to prepare that path with. It's your genetics that you're going to prepare that path with. They cannot prepare a path for Ra. They can't even look you in the eyes because the light that comes out of you naturally is too much for them. Try to go, like, do an experience. The next time you have to talk to a white person, come close. Oh, yeah. And watch. You'll see them do that. Holla glory, tell me I'm fucking fitted. They can't take your light, nigga. You think they're gonna be up in the cusp with that, doing the fucking achy breaky? I'm ready to go. Get your achy breaky hard, and I'm ready to go to the cusp. Take your ass back to fucking Texas, bitch. You better go fucking to Egypt and sweep up the pyramids and see what you can figure out. My achy breaky hard. The thime dimmer is represented by the double lion. So now you got the hieroglyph for what the thime dimmer is. Let's probe this hieroglyph. Each lion representing thime. Remember, thime was TT. I guess it's two thime dimmers. So each lion representing thime, TT. In hour 5 of the Amda. Ain't making it past hour 5, bitch. The deceased actually proceeds past the double lion in agreement with the non-local deceased's claim that he is in Rosejao, CT214. I think that's something to do with like the paradise we going through. That's another name. I can't remember. Said it earlier. Read the book. And he is Thoth, who is healed the sacred eye in the house of the double lion. So in the house of the double lion is this thime dimmer, and Tahuti, of course, as we know, says, and he is Thoth, because remember, he's responsible at this point for transcription of the DNA, and that's what has halted. So Tahuti comes in, he is Thoth, who has healed the sacred eye in the house of the double lion, C242. So meaning, if this thymine dimmer comes on, you are now in the house of the double lion in the 5th hour of the Juat. And Thoth, of course, as we know, which was, what was the name of that shit? It was called, I mean, on this page. Oh boy, finding it going. Oh, the Zeta polymerase. So the Zeta polymerase is a part of the Thoth because he is RNA polymerase. So the Zeta is the backup in case you're stuck in the house of the double lion. Genetic sciences in mastery that took us many years to internalize in our DNA, and it is so much such. They know who we are. They know what we do. And that's what the Genome Project is, not to study general DNA, to study your DNA. Because your DNA has all the secrets, the mysteries, and the answers to escapement. The problem is you didn't know where to go to escape. You do now. And now with your genetics, it's party time. Oh, it's party time. We're having a party. Come on. This is further supported by the deceased statement that the Eye of Horus is complete. CT 249. Let's go. He is Thoth, who has healed the sacred eye in the house of the double lion. Love that statement. Along with this, the deceased is complete and the double lion becomes faint. CT 250. Or the lion who went out with a bow. The lion went out with a bow. BD 132, Book of the Dead. The text states, the mansion of the double lion is on the north of the house of the morning at the house of Dewan Renway, Egyptian DWN-RNWY. For all you who speak Mechruneta. On the night of stopping movements, CT 383. Along with Shu, the double lion, will not grasp me. CT 5110. The deceased sun god is very aware of the secret paths of the double lion on which the gods fear to enter. CT 1003. Listen to that shit again. The deceased god is very aware of the secret paths of the double lion on which the god fears to enter. So they're trying to tell you or warn you about the double lion, which we know is the thymine lion, or the thymine response to UV damage. Y'all ain't getting out the double house of the lion. The lion got you, baby. Further, as for him who passes on the path, his foes will be felled, and Apophis will be driven off. CT 1053. The path is prepared for Ra when he comes to a halt. The path is prepared for Ra when he comes to a halt. That's that. What's that again? Zeta polymerase. Really, the path is just the RNA polymerase transcription, but they're really telling you now the double line is no problem. If UV rays are no problem, and if it becomes a problem, you niggas already adapted to the level of where we fixed that issue. Sorry, Whitey. So in other words, the thymine dimmer or double lion can bring a polymerase to a halt. Again, the thymine dimmer or double lion can bring the polymerase to a halt. And that's the problem whites have. And I don't think they have the genetics that's going to kick in to get them on out. But not the deceased sun god, who may represent DNA polymerase 4. I guess 1V is, I don't remember, 4 or 6. Up regulated by the cell's SOS response. So I think she's going to get over. I think she's next chapter. She talks about SOS repair in detail, meaning the things that can fail in the process and then the things that kick in to supersede it. If too many things have to kick in, it's not going to work. And too many things would have to kick in if you didn't do spiritual work. And that's, I think that's the problem for Black folks. So they keep coming back here until they get conscious, and then they have the ability to get in their cusp. So this work is for conscious. And why they think, I think the degrading was when it became for kings and nobility, whereas she thinks that's just the standard of it. And no, I think And the justification is that only a little could get out at a time. But there are only a little bit of conscious people at one time on the planet. So we are the little people that are designed to get out. We are the kings. We are the nobility. Conscious people, motherfucker. Not the ones that was standing around or their idea of nobility and their idea of kings. The pharaohs were the kings, and they were a representation of what all must go through. So they were symbolic. The priesthood ran this shit in Chem. You always see that priest standing next to the pharaoh, giving him a direct training because he's the pharaoh and he represents the people and what they should be trying to do. So he's a symbol of that shit. And nobility would be consciousness. I'm sure later day they had the same noble system. That nigga's cool. He down. Let him in. I'm sure it was that shit. Why wouldn't it be? We the same niggas that do it now. We the same niggas then. But I think the true nobility were conscious people. Just like now, you're the true nobleman of this planet. Just that you're not running the planet, and consciousness doesn't dictate how we run our society and humans. So you don't look noble no more. But if I was in Baltimore and I emerge as conscious, oh, that's the thing, because they will understand I was born to it. See, I was born to this. So therefore, they understand true consciousness comes back. True consciousness comes back to rescue babies. See, I'm truly here, despite what you niggas keep acting like you want to do, to save the fucking babies. Those conscious people are the true nobility. And because there's, as today, is far and few in between, those were the far and few that were up next to get the fuck out. Because your consciousness is just the fact that you're conscious in this lifetime is a testimonial to your true level of shit. Just because you're not able to kick that shit, but you just know. And then you hear speakers who are able to kick that shit. And it's like, so many people used to say to me, and I'd be like, nigga, please. Bang, I was just saying that. Then I started to realize, oh, I'm actually doing a good job because I'm saying what's in their head. And even though they can't express it, because if I put a mic, they wouldn't know what the fuck to say. But they're saying it, and it's almost like I'm the vocal for what they think. And that's the connection. I'm the mouthpiece for something that's been brewing in a certain amount of nobility called consciousness. You heard? Woke ain't that nobility. Woke is the same way poor niggas wear Gucci boots and act like rich motherfuckers because they got on Gucci boots and Gucci shades and Versace shades. Oh, he must got these Versace shades. That kind of thing. But it's a front because I remember Pun had all that shit on. Then they did some shit, expose, and that nigga had like Beamers and Benzes at his mom's house. He went upstairs to his fucking apartment and pulled out a TV tray in front of the little ass TV cutting up a steak at the height of his big punism. I was like, look at all this fucking regalia, and you still in the Bronx in this goddamn shithole apartment. Because there's better places in the Bronx now. It's not just the Bronx. I lived in the Bronx. My father's from the Bronx. I lived in the Bronx in Millbrook Projects. When the shit looked like Wild Style. You know what I'm saying? Real fucked up. So they been done built that shit up. But he living in some goddamn shit from before on the fucking near the Cross Bronx Expressway, some fucking where. And I'm like, damn, he ain't got his own apartment yet. And this is at the height, many records. But it was like that for a lot of niggas, not to pick on him. Nigger rich. So the nobility of today is the same thing as nigger rich. It's all regalia on the outside, but the true nobility, the true wealth was genetic transformation. So when you become conscious or born conscious, you're a testimonial to the genetic work that's already been done through lifetimes. Already the light that you already cultivated. Most people just got to that point. but it's still enough like they could get by the speakers to do the cusp work. Most niggas got maybe another lifetime, maybe whatever, or maybe they can learn in the astral world, get the light that they need to make the journey. White people, your cells don't retain light. It burns your cells up. You're gonna go to the cusp and burn the fuck up. That's where your DNA will die. I don't even think you're gonna be sent back here if you try that shit. I think you will burn the fuck up, and I think you were designed to. I'm sorry it's so hard, but reality is reality. You better go worship a nigga. You better go find your favorite black friend that you always like to say you have. I got a black friend, and you better do something spectacular for that nigga. Besides trading fucking recipes, you better pass up. You better create a trust fund for a nigga today. So hopefully, when you get to that other side, some nigga will adopt your funky ass and transform you into something better. Otherwise, you ain't making it on your own fucking spit. Okay, I don't think you heard me, but you will. Meet me in the cusp. I'm gonna get some more of this in. Let me see what we got left. Do I want to finish this tonight? Oh, no. We're almost at the end of what I want to talk. Seth as a hedgehog gene. You got to get this book. The seat of Isis in the Lac Z. There's a lot of shit. But I'm going to end this now. Read to y'all. This is good enough. Y'all got enough. Get the book. Objective 8 complete. The evidence suggests that the meta symbol ISIS represents lactose metabolism. They talk about, man, they go in. I mean, now y'all got the framework. They talk about black holes in the DNA. Oh, they talk about black hole gets created in the DNA. She talks about that more in this as well. How black hole is created, a Rosen bridge. A white hole and a black hole come together and the gateway opens up in the DNA and you leave. White people ain't that sophisticated. It ain't happening. I know you feel that with your arrogance and your ego and all the rest of that. You've been running this planet in the fucking ground, just thinking it's Republicans, and the Republicans saying it's the Democrats. Just a unique way to blame other whites back and forth, get niggas on both teams to represent it. And it seems like we're trying to figure this thing out as humans through whatever methodology. But either way, the world stays in this fucked up place, no matter which Democrat or Republican is fucking running it, it stays in this fucked up place. And it does that because they're playing a game of back and forth with you. And of course, no one conscious really gives a fuck, or this thing ain't a thing for a conscious person, but you gotta study that to see how they operate. And what they're doing is, this is a way of not admitting who and what they truly are. That is them, no matter what they do, and their inferiority in their genome that has them acting to the best of their ability, which is fucking terrible and disgusting. White people have totally destroyed everything they touch. Everything they touch. And I don't care how fucking good you say you are. This is about genetics, not behavior. It's about genetics, not behavior. So I think I'm going to come back. I'm going to start studying Great Balls of Fire, or Balls of Fire, to put a ceiling or another aspect. See if she's talking some shit that's worth lecturing about, to complete this work. So that will be part 4 you have to look forward to. And again, I think you should make it your business to get this, the ISIS thesis. You should also get this, The Road to Orion, the story form. I haven't even touched this. Now that I understand this, I understand the point of what she was saying with this, and I think she has more pictures in this, so I want to see what she's talking about. So I think I'm gonna deal with this as well. Not in a lecture, of course, but just for my own understanding. So I think you should get it too, my niggas. Woo! This was a hell of a series with a hell of a breakthrough. And I can tell you this, you know, it's been less than a week since I put up part 1 and part 2, and they have went through the fucking roof, because everywhere I have gone in, let me see where we at on this thing. Oh, cool. We got 432. I thought we was, well, this thing is moving sporadically funny. I don't know. Well, it still gives me the time. I thought we was maybe 6 hours, but good. Get this done in 4. All right, so I can't remember what I was saying. What I was saying, yeah, it was well received and well received. And the thing I noticed and never had before with my lectures is, you know, everybody wants to be deep. People just was replying and texting me the words, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, my answer is, you're welcome. Because as I work tirelessly to find this information for myself, because of my, if I was to call it a talent for being able to take information and spit it up so the layman can understand it, it was my honor to be able to find this information and give it back to our people. So do it well. Do it science. This is it. There's nothing else here. There's nothing else this planet is about but understanding death. If you came here and you're conscious, that means you did everything, whether you realize it or not. So it's time to go. If we were put here for a sinister reason, we've been found the answer and now we have it back. It's time to go. This is not it. And as you read deeper in the book, when you read it yourself, you'll see Egyptian references to, no, you don't want to come here. This is the world of disorder and confusion, the world of Set, as they describe it. So Set, again, to understand Set or the devil, as you see most dark side niggas do, is to understand the nature of your circumstance. But to understand the Christ in his Baphomet as a light figure, see, Baphomet in this is a perfect example. Now, let's get another layer for you stupid niggas. This is the form of the beast who's elevating, stupid. This is Set and Horus as one. This is talking about your fucking DNA. This androgyny is showing you, because somebody did ask the question, is this for guys at the cusp? Don't be stupid. Your DNA is not a man or a woman. It's androgynous. Get it? You get it? It's androgynous. It's telling you your necessary needs. This, did we get to? Let me look in the book so I can get the names so you niggas can see it. Let me try to find this shit. It's up here somewhere. So you can see this Baphometic shit in the universe. I can't remember. We discussed it. I know we went past it. Here we go. I think I did now remember holding this shit up. Here you go with your 5-pointed stars in the universe. In the inverted universe, where's the pentagram? The pentagram is right side up. Oh, well, shit. Hey, we got it right here. Look at this. When you have an upside down star, you see the house is right side up. So if I turn that star point up, the house is upside down. So now, why is Satan and Baphomet always upside down? Because your house is right. And they're telling you Seth is the god of disorder, confusion, and upside down is how you see images. So if we see images upside down. This symbol is trying to tell you when you look at it upside down that it's really right side up. And Set is the god of chaos and diffusion, but inside of Set is this goddamn house that is upright. You stupid nigga. This is science, not fucking history. Science, ours, not history. This house right side up is this. You find that, so ooh, look how quick. Booyah. This is called a dodecahedron. Yeah, I must have went through this. So let's see if they just give a fast definition. I'm tired of reading this shit to you. Let me see what they say here. It's so small. In 2003, NASA released cosmic radiation background data revealing the shape of the universe. Baphomet, what stupid niggas to even argue this? This is not even a thing to argue. It's a thing to understand. Not a thing to argue. A thing to understand. Fucking idiots. Yeah, you. In 2003, NASA released cosmic radiation background. Challenge the science. Challenge the science. It's not about me. I don't give a fuck, nigga. It's not about me. It's not about the speaker. It's about the science. Challenge that. And do it on your own time because it's up to you. You get with it and see what it does. Truthfully, you didn't be challenged. For what? You either with it or you're not. So if you're not with it, move the fuck on from me because it's not going to get any better than this. I'm not going to say, oh, this nigga said that. Perhaps all of this studying and all this proving of shit in this symbol I've done means absolutely nothing because Euphrates Levy was a white man. Nigga, I told you, and we've been know they copy all of our shit. What you think? If they can't invent nothing, so if we, on one hand, white people can't invent nothing, we created everything. On the other hand, he created Baphomet. Don't fuck with it because you don't understand it. Because you don't understand it. This is a general message to all the dumb motherfuckers. All the dumb motherfuckers through the many years that are still talking about this shit from a physical perspective. Stupidity is no fucking excuse. What you gonna do in the cusp, boy? Talk about fucking conscious police business. Fucking conscious security guards. Revealing the shape of the universe is a dodecahedron. The shape of the universe is a dodecahedron. A dodecahedron. Boom. That house is right side up. This would yield a 5-pointed star. Well, let's draw one so we can see what exactly we're talking about. How that star would look. This is the shape of the universe. Stupid! Let's look again. This is the shape of the universe. Baphomet. Oh, you playing with the wrong nigga, son. No, I came here for the science, not for the fucking hits. The science. This is the shape of the universe. It's telling you something. Inside is telling you the science of Set in the upside down world. That really what's on the inside of you is the universe and it is right side up. Playing, boy. Playing with the wrong nigga. I'm a grandiose knockout artist, kid. Grandiose. I got plenty of cracked jaws all around New York City. I'm a New York City nigga. Queens. Not from the outskirts, not from Jersey, not from that. You either knock niggas out or get knocked the fuck out. And the integrity of my shit is together. So that to say, that warrior spirit, that God spirit, that energy spirit is what you're going to use now to be aggressive in your study. So that nigga no longer has to exist. That nigga took all of that angst and animosity and put it in the aggression of my understanding of self. Then that power transformed to my mind as opposed to my knuckles. So now I don't fight with knuckles. Oh, let me tell y'all something. And this is what I wanted to tell y'all earlier. What I found out was when I started astral traveling, how I did it was every girl I knew, I would call trying to come to your house tonight. They would tell me experience. That was the way. That was the way to flow, way to go. You know, fuck with all my friends, all the girls, fuck these niggas. It got better and better at it. And then a phenomenon happened. One I didn't know about, called lucid dreaming. Let me raise Baphomet so at least the titty portion is showing. So, lucid dreaming. So I said, whoa, what is this? Let me study it. What started happening in the dream, I was doing things from Earth, trying to get my phone to take pictures. One time I woke myself up trying to talk with my mouth to my sister. And what was the other thing? It was another sharp thing. Oh, I was studying at this time bodies of water and what you would use them for in magic. So like a river water, if you want to get rid of something, you want something new, rain, and especially May. And then if you want something to remain, pond water, blah, blah, blah. So I was contacting my aunt. She was an aunt through marriage, and she was showing me some Zuli heart shit. And at this time, I wanted a conscious girlfriend. So I was, that was the thing. I'm finding conscious bitch. She showed me the reality of that shit. And I'll tell you that story too. But first, she was washing up with other goddesses in the pond, that classic scene with a bunch of ladies washing up in the stream, then Moses floats along in a fucking baby. So I noticed it was pond water, and I consciously said to myself in the dream, that's pond water, that's dead water. Meaning the rationale of thought as panic was in that world. Conscious of panic information in that world. That never really happened. You're able to wake up and decode dreams. So when I said it, the pond turned into flowing water floors and whole shit. And I even understand that now more, why it changed that way and what the lucidity truly is. I'm about to reveal something very heavy to you niggas. Whew, okay. So I studied lucidity, and they pretty much tell you, try to move your hand in the dream, try to do that. I'm like, what the fuck? I want to do that when I could do that here. I want my mind to, what was starting to happen was panic would show up in the dream world. So I became like more like sitting in the audience watching my dreams. When I woke up, I retained more. And then in Astral Dynamics, he tells you in one of the lessons that when you practice his techniques, what usually happens to folks is when they sleep, their consciousness stays on planet Earth. When you practice his techniques, you start to bring your consciousness with you. That was happening. Lucidity. And then, of course, I've changed the course of dreams. I've moved my hand in dreams. There was times in the dreams, police was racking up on my ass. I said, wait a minute. I'm in bed, in a hotel, with Khadijah, and we, she came to visit me. This when we were still courting. And I said, I'm gonna wake myself up. And I've been learning how to wake myself up in phases. I could be in a dead sleep and step towards my consciousness until I open my eyes. I can meditate so hard in the barbershop, I'm gone. When niggas say, yo, it's your turn, I don't just do this shit. I'm too far gone. Because I will experience that sleep paralysis, you know, doing this shit. So I have to wait, and I'm totally aware of the shit. You know what I'm saying? There's times I'm dead sleep. I see, I feel a motherfucker come around me, move my leg, I wake up. That shit ain't happening no more. So now, lucidity, no doubt. So after all of these years, after the Beetlejuice, something else happened. And I couldn't figure it. I started telling y'all, yo, remember I was saying, yo, and this was the first phase of it. I can remember, and I said it in one of the last lectures, not in this series, but one of them before. I think Black Lives Matter, on the Black Magic Matters lecture. I was like, yo, when I think of pussy, I remember intimate details. See, the best thing about getting pussy is forgetting how pussy feels just a little bit. So when you get back in it, oh yeah, nigga, I remember this shit. That's what you're doing. That's the lust. The lust to feel that feeling. You remember you got it, but you need it. I can feel the shit and remember it in detail. And I was always there because of cyclomancy had the ability to a woman I'd never met, didn't know what her pussy feels like, titties look like, what she would do, say, and sound when the titties are sucked. I can astral fuck anybody. That's old news. You know, that's early 2000s for me. But now the detail of that is incredible. Detail is incredible. But then it moved to other things. It moved to where I have detail. If I think of my grandmother's house, the overwhelming sensations through the five senses kick in. I could smell it so real. I remember what we ate, you know, the stuff we ate there. She used to let us learn how to cook, so everything was bacon and eggs, you know, little kids' first pancakes and shit. So I could taste it there. The smell in her house, how the rub is incredibly in anything, in even places I haven't been. The detail now is incredible. I was doing these exercises as well. Very, very powerful. Very powerful. I'm sharing this with y'all, silly, dumb niggas, today. I would see myself in front of my grandfather's house in Queensbridge. He lived on 12th Street, 40 side. I was on the 41st of Vernon. So we're 3 blocks up, 1 over. I'm in front of his house. I could feel the gate. I could hear outside. I see the details. I have to really see and really feel the fence is right there. The benches are there. I see the chain, the dirt. I know the sounds. I could see 21st Street is there. Then I see myself not just go to his building, but step by step. I'm walking, and it's almost as tedious as really walking. You want that detail, the detail of going, feeling the doorknob, open it. If you got to do the gestures, do it. Walking up the steps, pressing the elevator, waiting, smelling that dirty smell in the fucking building, smelling that pissy elevator, the sound our Queensbridge elevators made, the feeling, the moment I'm there, I could see the shit. I could see me getting on his floor. I see me walking to his door. And mind you, this will be with any of your relatives, place, any place you want to go. You get to the door, you must knock. That's waking up the ancestors. You knock, and if you can go in, if you feel there's a resistance, that spirit doesn't want to let you in. So if you could go in, I knock, go in, and then what I do is I see myself walking through his house. He had a very fucked up counters. I just made him nice. Hey, what's up? See him? I'm walking. I feel me looking through his house. He had these beads. I go through the beads. Then I remember how he had his room, his bed set up. While I'm on my bed, I lay in his bed and I feel I'm laying in his bed in his room, relaxing. Shit, I can see myself opening the window and I could actually feel air. It gets that deep. And his TV, of course, was in the front. So now what I do, when I open my eyes, watching my TV, chilling, I'm in his room with his energy. My grandfather's there. I have so many shit came back. I'm really there. I can feel it. It's like I'm communing with him. And then I'll talk to him. I did this at my mother's house and just had conversations with her. I've gotten massages and visualized me being in their houses and their hands working through the masseuse, shooting light into these areas. In other words, the imagination is the key. What I realized happened was a next step in lucidity. When I'm having detailed memories, it occurred to me, I said, know what this memory, this thing that's happening to me feels like? It feels like my dreams. Then I said, I haven't really been dreaming lately. Then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Channel came through. I was down here. Moms came through. I went crazy. The dreams are now with me daily. And why was pussy? Because pussy is what I dream of the most. That's why it came first. My dreams are here. Your dreams, I hate to say it, is not what we think. What happened is your imagination, which are your hands and your legs in the quantum world, has been stripped and left in the astral world. When you're here, each 8 hours, they can't separate you from your arms and legs. So for 8 hours at night, you have to go attached to it. And that's a dream, but it's on the other side. So your dreams are your imagination separated. Listen again, your dreams are your imagination. It can be prophetic. It can be all of those things we said they were and do, but it's from the form of imagination. So when they tell you to be lucid, and why they're saying move your hand in the dream, because they're saying take back your imagination. Try to control your imagination again. Why do you think, how did you get all this information? I had it in a dream. How did Daniel come out the line? He had a dream and he got up and told them all this shit. The dreams are your imagination separated from you. My imagination is back, and your imagination is the foundation of magic. I was already fucking niggas up, but with my imagination now with me and no longer in the astral or the dream world, your ass better watch out. I can feel now, I can really reach and grab your heart and stop it. That's real. I don't do shit like that often. But don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Ha, 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 ha. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Ha, 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 ha. I felt that shit. Of course I screamed. Trump's heart first. I can feel like it's in my hand, nigga. It feels mushy. Ugh. You could do it. Take it back. I realize this is no magical gift. This is the work. This is the work. Now I understand what dreams are. Your imagination has been separated from you. Your imagination was with you when you got here as a kid. Remember when you had your car and you just wrote, your mother, come the fuck on. Are you walking? Dumb shit like that. Not to mention what girls do with their doggies and their tea parties. Not to mention your invisible friends. All that shit goes away when grown-ups, humans, start telling you shit like this. Stop playing. Be cool. Sit up straight. Act right. Pay attention. Pay attention. Then you get a report card. I don't know if kids still get that shit, but we got report cards, and it always said daydreams too much. I remember going, when is this bitch never even scolded me for daydreaming. Why does it always say that? Because they're trying to get you to go home and let your parents know, so your parents could say, get you on a pay attention regimen. And while you do that, your imagination can't die, but it slips further and further in the astral world, and you access it through dreams, which we say we don't understand because we're trying to figure it out logically, but it has no ceiling. It has no boundaries, your dreams, because it's truly the imagination. You heard me? Oh, y'all gonna learn today. It's truly the imagination. So now, and I wouldn't have known that until I started to evaluate what was really happening to me. And I'm glad I mentioned it earlier, so you know this shit ain't off the cuff shit, but it turned into everything is this nostalgic, deeply overstimulating moment if I focus on it. You know, I could think of anything, and it's like, it's eerie, but when I truly evaluate how it feels like I had a dream when I have a memory now. I said, oh, the dreams are with me. And my greatest dream, like any other nigga, is to get an abundance of pussy. Boom. That's why it was the first thing to kick in. And then of course, the happy memories. And then now, anything. I said, oh, what was my imagination, which is the imagi. It is magic. It is magic. It's the Magi nation, the nation of Magi's. Yeah, you know. But ultimately, that's what's been happening, and I think that's can happen to you as well. I think a lot of that happened based upon level of consciousness, Beetlejuice, and we in that time where we in this golden age. So if it's happening to me, it's happening to you. You just don't realize it. You get what I'm saying? I look for these things. If you look for it, you probably say, oh shit, yes. But then you'll start telling yourself, I'm doing something wrong. And then you're dead. Start telling yourself you're doing something right, no matter what it is. That's the trick. And ultimately, like I said, my dreams, I understand what they are. You don't have to take that because that's not in the book. So if it's not in the book, take it for what it's worth to you as a channel. But what it's worth to me is priceless because I'm going through it. So if you haven't, you may say, no, the dreams really are this or that or the other. Well, then you can have that. No argument. But I'm telling you what I realized personally, and if it works for you, it does. It's a channel. It's not nothing I'm reading from this, you know, it's not a white person who wrote it, so you might not think it's true. But you need to remember all this information is channel information. Think about that too. But I'm telling you for a fact, I totally get it now. The next level of lucidity is not trying to figure out your dreams. Your dreams are now with you. True lucidity. True lucidity. My dreams are lucid because I am up and awake right now and can dream. And really just imaginate on the dream level. We would imaginate, I would say, on a complex level that used memory and I would say intellectual thought. Now it doesn't even have to be intellectual. I could be thinking of playing at the River Park pool. I could smell it. I feel the water. I feel colder just by being in the fucking water. I can feel that. I remember being in the ghetto pool. I just remember it. I remember the kids. I remember the sound. It's crazy. It's crazy. But now, with forward thinking, because the dreams are now with me, the power of my imagination is back, which is what you use to do magic. So our magic is taken away from us and put in another world. That's why most of what you do magically comes from a dream. Most of what they said Tesla would fucking jump in the water, damn near drown himself, get up and came up with the floppy disk. So he understood, because he couldn't bring it here, he knew where to go to get the true ideas from his imagination or his dreams. My imagination is crazy because my dreams are crazy. I had a couple of dreams, but light, not deep in detail. Oh shit, yo, Khadijah, guess what I dreamt? None of that shit. That shit is here with me now. For instance, when B.O.B. told me about his channel and his dreams, let me get that name again. You know, I forget a name more than anything on planet bacteria, anything on planet E. coli. So the Hakimori, or the Japanese Supreme Forest, I can sit there and go there while I'm awake or while right now and be there in detail, smell and give you shit. I hope this is something that's turning on for all of us, because I hope, I'm not sitting here bragging, I hope we get this power. With this power, with our minds, we end it. We can end whoever, whatever. If I just say, let's synchronize on something. Let's synchronize on this now. I'll give you a scenario, and those who get it will get it. Let's say you're in a country, and this country is a dictatorship ran by El Presidente. El Presidente is doing you niggas in this country, this fictional country, let's just say. So let's say we want to kill El Presidente, and we put more minds to it. Like we did Captain America. Listen closely. When we did the ritual for Captain America, let me rephrase, which we still can fuck with. I told y'all guys to get Captain America shields and dolls, take them home and fuck them up. They heard us. Go watch Avengers, the last one, and how they played Captain America when they did that whole scene with all them superheroes backed Captain America, which represents America. That was the response to our ritual, and I don't think I'm fucking reaching. I didn't even get it. Again, B.O.B. be catching this shit. He said, your word is born. You told niggas to fuck up Captain America. He said, now Captain America was getting fucked up by Thanos. That was us. We're Thanos. Then he called on all of these sellout niggas and white fakers who can't transcribe, untranscribable ass niggas, crackers rather. And you seen this big monumental scene, unforgettable. That was to us. So, El Presidente, who's oppressing you, who's your outright enemy. The same thing we did to Captain America, this El Presidente in this dictatorship country, we can kill him. We have the power. We can end it. He's already fucked up, El Presidente. So this El Presidente, we can put the nails in the coffin. Do like you did Captain America. Do your thing. I check. All right, niggas. I'll see y'all motherfuckers next time. Remember to get one of these joint consultations. We do couples too. So it's a good thing. And now is a good time because I am in the mood for consultations and giving niggas some real tricks and tips based upon your personal questions. Go to Khadijah's website, Samdi Readings, SAMEDIREADINGS.com, and sign up for her classes. You can get an Akashic reading there. But I think you maybe want to get down with some of these, especially now because, you know, schedule's pretty, before a schedule piles up. You go there and schedule your own time yourself. You don't need to do, her shit hooked up. You can just go there and put yourself on the schedule, make your payment, and you're ready to go, not based upon when she creates a schedule. The schedule's already up. So you probably want to do that. Of course, you can get herb packs still. I bang them out. I know it takes long. Look, let me say this with all sincerity. I know it takes long, and I don't love you, but I do try to get your shit as fast as possibly I can. So if you buy it, know there's a wait. If you don't know, if you can't wait, my suggestion to you, in all fairness, do not buy shit from me. So I'll promote not buying if you can't wait. So order in advance. That's the best I could do. I got another little kid. We want to see how he does. Just for packing and sticking, but that's what we're doing. And then, of course, getting supplies are now even more strained. So I'm doubling orders when I order them. Like, for instance, herbs I ordered, they said it could take up to a month to get here. So I doubled up last time, so I still have shit to send out. It doubled up again last week. So maybe within 3 weeks, I have a new fresh batch just to flip a shitload out. That's what's happening. No excuse, because I'm telling you straight up, it's going to take a minute. You know what I'm saying? So get it in advance. Classes, if you're the type that want to pay and get ready to go, now's the time. You got 2 weeks to do that. Other than that, you'll pay and you'll have to wait till the next cycle. You'll be on that list. And, you know, I don't think I'm going to make people wait as long as I did last time. I'm just so busy, all the COVID shit. And now we back and popping. Shout out to Brother Rich. I'm starting to talk to Brother Rich a little bit more. I'm starting to realize why I do like the guy. He's the real deal. His heart is 100% on point. I told you about the ass cushion he gave me. I'll never forget that ass cushion. And the thing he did for me while I had pneumonia was we filmed my mother's homecoming. So thanks to him, that's a memory I'll always have. And I appreciate him forever for that. So much so, when Rich decided to launch his website, which he's working on now, which I would love for you guys to support when it's up. Most of you do know Brother Rich already, so you don't need my endorsement, but I'm happy to give it. Please go to his website when it's up. And he's going to feature from different speakers, different products made by those speakers for his site to sell. I created a product. Rich has the ingredients, multi-use for cleaning house, and never more needed now. Stuff you can put in your sleeping chamber, around the house, stuff you can mix with alcohol and do what they call, I don't know what they call it, but instead of taking a bath before the shower, just like I did with the Florida water, you make 4 ounces of the powder, head down, arms off, body down, and then legs down to the ground. You're wiping all the energy down to the ground, and then you want to shower. And that's a quick way of cleansing your aura. So this product that I got for Rich does that. You can add it to water, put it in a basin under your bed, and it will help with your dreams or your now we know imagination. You can, I gave Rich the list, so he's gonna work it all out. It's a multi-use, usable product for cleaning your space, your body, and around your job, space around your job, to keep the funkiness away, to absorb negative energy and thought forms. So it's something I would use. And perhaps one day it would have been something I sold. But who better than Brother Rich to sell a panic product? He's someone I trust that if my name is on it, he'll respect the product, respect the process, he'll respect the ingredients that I laid out, and he will deliver with sincerity. No one but Rich, I think I would do that for. And that's real talk. No one. So Rich will have his website, and he will have a panic representation on it, and he will name it something with my name, so you know exactly what you're getting and the recipe you got it from. And he will also have other speakers in their fancy smancy shit to help you in many ways. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to me to be able to know and be assured that I can do that for someone who is worthy of that particular shit. I remember one time though, we was at a lecture. It was a bunch of hotepery, New York, way before YouTube. Rich was in there chilling. He had a product or something, he was selling. I'm standing there, and some nigga said some slick shit to Rich. Rich said, "Hold the fuck up, nigga. I'll fuck you up in here." I said, "Oh." Like, I was so happy to see that because everybody's in this fucking hotep phase. And when I seen that, and that type of reaction, that's somebody with a real heart. And he wasn't putting on a show of hotepery. And this nigga knows that everyone's putting on this show. So this nigga wanted to do some nigga shit thinking niggas are restrained by hotepism. And Rich at that moment said, "Wait a minute, nigga. You want to do some straight shit? I'll knock your fucking teeth out." I said, "Oh," and the nigga just kindly gave back that hamburger that he was promised to pay for on Tuesday. If he got that hamburger today, he said, "Excuse me," then, and moved on. And that's when Rich probably got back into his sheet and went about business. So shit like that made me say, "Oh, I like that nigga." Because me and him will fuck all these niggas up in here for their wrongdoings. I like him. He's a brother. And one time he was walking by, even before that. No, this was after that. He was just walking by. And truthfully, we were with Eye Opener. Rich came through Sonetta. So it's this invisible war was happening. So Rich was one of them. Though he was cool, I don't think nothing would ever happen. You know what I'm saying? Because he's from that and we're from this. He walked by and the spirit said, "Whatever he asked for, give it to him." I said, "Now I know y'all niggas is crazy." So I never thought Rich would even ask for something. Rich was the first one to ask me to speak. At this point, I was like, speaking? Because he knew I spoke from before. And I'm not really. Then I thought about it. I said, I get inundated with these questions on MySpace. Because that's where we were at the time. I said, I got it. If I just speak to this shit once, then whenever they ask a question, I could just send them the link. Job well done. Okay, Rich, I'm down. Plus then, to say yes to Rich. That's why I was contemplating. Otherwise, nah, I ain't doing that. So I knew I had to say yes. Did it, and then y'all know the rest of the story. That's Rich. That's Rich. And then I could say what really turned the game around. Well, what turned the game around was the work I did with Miss Blue, because I was very aggressive in my spirituality. So it sounds like that. And it was all about methodology. I was closer to doing all the tips and tricks that got me here. So I would share a lot of those tips and tricks. So the earlier work is a lot of instruction for you niggas. And it's out there. Just look for Panic and Miss Blue. You'll find me giving out a lot of instructions on what to do for free. And so that really made my bones. And in the midst of that, Rich calls again. While I'm in the midst of dropping Blog Talk gems, ending certain Blog Talk shows because I wouldn't go on them. And it wasn't just about me. It was more about how I was electrifying this Miss Blue station and making myself just exclusive to her became this phenomenon of people, if they wanted to hear what I was doing and they were talking about it, they had to come see her. And once people was getting a dose and I was a regular, all of that, we have Billy Bathgate on tonight. He's going to talk about the magical power of the Ankh. That was starting to get dead. So people wanted to hear this occult shit. So in the middle of that, Michael Jackson dies and Rich calls. Yo, I want to do a lecture with you and Bobby. I said, now, motherfucker, you have gone too fucking far. So I know I got to say yes, so I am entertaining this with him. I said, listen, Rich, Nobody can get a fucking word in edgewise when Bobby lectures. I totally get that now because I don't think I really would be able to lecture with anybody. In fact, so much so, when Aleem came with me, you'll notice I was interviewing him, not lecturing with him, because it'll just be me talking I wouldn't know when to shut up, and Aleem has much to say. And Aleem does know when to shut up, so it'll just be me talking while Aleem holds that discipline. And really, we need to hear what he had to say, not what I had to say in this case, him. So I know how to take a back fucking seat. It ain't all about me. There's geniuses out here. Aleem, Dr. Aleem El-Bey, .com is one of them. See his service. Go to his website. See what he does. He helps. He knows. I've never seen an aggressive motherfucker. He's not an aggressive speaker. He's a little bit more soft-spoken, but knowledge-wise, the most aggressive studying nigga I've met. One of the most. So for an aggressive nigga that's going to give it to you nicely, Aleem, if you're listening, if you want dramatic, yeah, motherfucker, I'm God and blah, blah, blah. Of course, you're going to hang out with me and the rest of them, but it ain't all about dramatics. It ain't all about this entertaining way I'm delivering this shit sometimes. Sometimes it's about sitting there and taking that fucking medicine. Aleem got that medicine, nigga. Dr. Aleem El-Bey. See what he doing. He got classes. Every penny's worth it. I'm telling you. You need to see yourself here and then there. Oh, Good Times is on. My mother's here, so I leave the TV on. All she wants to watch is Good Times. And so when I turn CNN on, CNN on the left, beefing. Can't crap off. Keep that shit on TV one. Good Times, nigga. So when I turned on CNN, when I came down, I heard her come through. Said, yo, put on Good Times. Give me a second, man. I want to see the dumb shit real quick. This shit is like reality TV, man. It's the greatest. But she said, turn on TV one. All right, I did it. So fucking Family Matters is on. And then I said, all right, I get it. Boom. So as I'm about to wrap up, Good Times comes on. So her show is going to come on. I'm going to leave on. She's talking. She talking, nigga, synchronicity. All right, so yeah, Dr. Aleem El-Bey, he got some good shit for you. And that's not to negate anybody else. I'm speaking now on Richard because he's a certified surgeons of this shit. Certified scientific surgeon. So y'all niggas got it, and it's been thoroughly said. And as you read on about the SOS response, and what it reacts to, you'll still find deeper that white people's chances of getting skinnier and skinnier. But as above, so below. UV ray damage down here, UV damage up there. Now you tell me what you know, Mr. White Deep Metaphysician guy. You tell me what you know that's going to get you out of this one. Tell me what's so deep that Panic doesn't understand about as above, so below, and your ass, your vampiric asses are not day walkers. You got to be a day walker, a true light worker. You're no light worker, buddy. You're no light worker. You're the cave worker. Time to get back to work. The caves await you. See you son of a bitches in the cusp. I am gone!
Dum da dum, dum da. The fellas want to hang and save tonight just for the gang. But you'll have to count me out tonight if I can't bring my girl. Ooh, don't look surprised when I tell you that. Ooh, gotta spend some time with my baby, yes. So if that means we're gonna rain on your parade, you'll have to count me out. You're gonna have to count me out. You'll have to count me just for me. So if that means we're gonna rain on your parade, you're gonna have to count me out. I'm saving kisses for my baby. Count me out this time. You're gonna have to count me out. My baby wants to be with me. That's the way it's gonna be. You're gonna have to count me out. I wanna be with my girlfriend. Count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. You'll have to count me out. You're gonna have to count me out. I'm saving all my love for you. You'll have to count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. I love my baby, but she's just a tease. And when I need her, I say, please, please, please. Can I hold you, squeeze you, 'cause I need you. Count me out. You'll have to count me out this time. Don't count me out. Don't leave me out. You'll have to count me out this time. You'll have to count me out. Count me out. You'll have to count me out. Count me out. Count me out. You'll have to count me out. Count me out. You'll have to count me out. Man, we're going to the movies and to the bar and play to the ball till it gets dark. That's what being young is all about. Man, COUNT me out. What about us? We're your friends. We wanna COUNT me in. No, not tonight. Where you going then? Tonight I wanna be with my girlfriend.
Right.